Welcome, whether you're new or returning. This is a Scary Stories channel, and tonight's video features long psychological and mind-bending horror stories told slowly. If you enjoy listening, like, subscribe, and comment your location. Settle in. Story 1. The Therapist Across from Me. Started reciting my childhood secrets I never told anyone. I chose Dr. Albright because of the silence in her office. Not an empty silence, but a thick, cushioned one, the kind that absorbed sound rather than amplifying it. The walls were lined with books whose spines showed the gentle wear of actual reading, not decoration. A single lamp cast a warm pool of light over the 2 armchairs arranged at a careful, non-confrontational angle. No box of tissues placed conspicuously between us. No diplomas crowding the walls like trophies. Just quiet and the faint scent of sandalwood and old paper. After 3 therapists who had either pathologized my grief or tried to sell me on mindfulness apps, Dr. Albright's stillness felt like sanctuary. I'd come to her for the dreams, not nightmares exactly, just the same dream, recurring with metronomic precision every 3rd night for the past 11 months. In it, I was standing in the backyard of my childhood home, staring at the old oak tree that had been struck by lightning when I was 7. The tree was split down the middle, blackened at the core, but still alive, leaves sprouting defiantly from its wounded limbs. And in the dream I always knew, without looking, that something was buried beneath its roots. Something small, something I had put there myself. I'd wake with my heart hammering, the taste of wet earth in my mouth, and the crushing certainty that I had forgotten something vital about my own life. Dr. Albright listened during that first session without interrupting, her hands folded gently in her lap. She was perhaps 60, with silver hair pulled into a loose knot and eyes the color of weathered slate. When I finished describing the dream, she simply nodded and said, "We'll see what the tree wants to tell us." No theories, no diagnoses, just an invitation to look closer. I made a second appointment before I left the building. The second session began normally enough. We talked about my mother's death 2 years prior, the complicated grief that had settled in my bones like damp. I mentioned how I'd found myself avoiding parks lately, the sight of children playing on swings triggering a nameless anxiety. Dr. Albright asked gentle questions about my childhood, about my relationship with my mother when I was small. I answered honestly but superficially, the usual anecdotes about scraped knees and bedtime stories. I didn't mention the basement. I never mentioned the basement. It was during the 3rd session that it happened. I was describing a memory from when I was 5, building a fort out of couch cushions while my mother cooked dinner downstairs. The memory was warm, golden-edged. I could still smell the garlic and olive oil. Dr. Albright listened, her head tilted slightly. Then she leaned forward just enough to catch the light from the lamp. Her expression hadn't changed, but something in the room had shifted. The air grew heavier. "You were happy in that moment," she said softly. "But you were also afraid, because you knew what waited for you in the basement after dinner." My breath caught. I hadn't told her about the basement. I hadn't told anyone about the basement, not in 30 years. I don't know what you mean," I managed, my voice thin. Dr. Albright's gaze didn't waver. She didn't smile. She didn't look triumphant. She simply continued, her voice dropping to a near whisper, the words unfolding with a terrible, precise cadence. After your mother put you to bed, you'd lie awake until the house grew quiet. Then you'd slip out of bed, your small feet cold on the wooden floorboards. You go to the basement door and press your ear against it. You weren't listening for monsters. You were listening for him, your father. You needed to know if he was down there. Because if he was down there, he wasn't in your room. And if he wasn't in your room, you were safe. Ice water flooded my veins. My father had died when I was 4, a car accident. I had no memories of him beyond a faded photograph on my mother's dresser. I'd been told this my entire life. I'd built my identity around being the child who never knew his father. "You're mistaken," I said, my hands gripping the arms of the chair. "My father died before I turned 5. I have no memories of him." Dr. Albright nodded slowly, as if considering this. Then she said, "The smell of his aftershave was Old Spice, but he mixed it with something else. Bergamot oil he bought from a street vendor in the city. He'd rub it between his palms before smoothing down his hair. You only remember this when you smell bergamot unexpectedly. It makes you nauseous. You avoid Earl Grey tea because of it." I couldn't breathe. I did avoid Earl Grey tea. I'd never understood why the scent made my stomach clench. I'd never connected it to anything. Certainly not to a father I'd never known. "He didn't die in a car accident, Daniel," she said. And hearing my name in this context, the name I'd given her only on the intake form, felt like a violation. "He left one Tuesday in October. He packed a single suitcase while your mother was at the grocery store. He told you to be good for your mother." He knelt down, and his knee made a clicking sound because of the old football injury. He pressed a $20 bill into your hand, crisp, new, and told you to buy yourself something special. You kept that bill folded in a shoebox under your bed for years. You never spent it. Tears welled in my eyes, hot and shameful. This was impossible. My mother had shown me the police report, the obituary in the local paper. I'd visited his grave with her every year on the anniversary. Or had I? The memory of those cemetery visits suddenly felt thin, insubstantial, like a story I'd been told so often I'd built false memories around it. "You buried the $20 bill beneath the oak tree," Dr. Albright continued, her voice barely audible now. "The summer you turned 7. After the lightning strike, you thought the tree had been punished for something it did wrong. You thought if you buried something precious beneath it, the earth would forgive the tree. You dug a hole with a soup spoon because you were afraid a real shovel would be too loud. Your hands were raw for days." I was shaking. The dream, the recurrent dream, flooded back into my mind with terrifying clarity. The split oak tree, the certainty that something was buried beneath it. Not a memory I'd forgotten, a memory I'd been made to forget. And Dr. Albright was describing it with the precision of an eyewitness. "Stop," I whispered. "Please, stop." She did. She sat back, her expression softening into something that might have been compassion. "I'm sorry, Daniel. I didn't mean to overwhelm you. These memories, they have weight. They've been waiting a long time to be acknowledged." I left that session in a daze, my mind reeling. For 2 days, I oscillated between fury and terror. I considered reporting her, breach of ethics, impossible knowledge, psychological manipulation. But what would I say? That my therapist knew things about my childhood I'd never disclosed? They'd ask how I knew I hadn't disclosed them, and I couldn't answer that. The foundation of my own memory had cracked open, and I wasn't sure what was real anymore. I almost didn't return for the 4th session. But the dreams had changed. Now, in the dream, I wasn't just standing by the oak tree. I was digging. My hands were bleeding, my nails caked with soil, and I was close, so close to whatever I'd buried. I woke each time with actual dirt under my fingernails. I checked my hands in the morning light, half expecting to see evidence. There was none, but the compulsion to know, to really know, drove me back to Dr. Albright's office. I walked in determined to confront her, to demand an explanation. But when I sat down, the anger evaporated, replaced by a hollow, gnawing need. "How do you know these things?" I asked, my voice trembling. Dr. Albright regarded me for a long moment. The silence stretched, becoming uncomfortable. Then she said something that unraveled me completely. "I don't know them, Daniel. You're telling me." I stared at her, uncomprehending. "You come here every week," she continued gently. "You sit in that chair and you speak. For 50 minutes you speak. You tell me everything, the memories you think you've forgotten, the secrets you buried so deep, even you don't know they're there. You speak them aloud in this room, and I listen." "That's impossible," I choked out. "I would remember telling you these things. I would remember talking about my father, about the basement, about the $20 bill." "Would you?" she asked softly. "Or would your mind protect itself by sealing away the very act of disclosure? Sometimes the trauma isn't the memory itself. Sometimes the trauma is the moment you finally speak it aloud, and the mind, in its mercy, buries that moment too." She leaned forward again, her slate-colored eyes holding mine. "Last week, after I mentioned the bergamot oil, you became very still. You stared at that spot on the wall, the one where the wallpaper bubbled slightly near the baseboard. And you said, 'He used to stand in the doorway of my room at night. Not every night, just sometimes. He wouldn't come in. He'd just stand there breathing. I'd pretend to be asleep till I heard his footsteps retreat down the hall. One night, I opened my eyes just a slit. I saw his shadow stretching across my wall, and I saw that his head was tilted at an angle no person's head should tilt. You said that, Daniel, clear as day. And then you looked at me, your face pale, and you asked what we'd been talking about. You had already forgotten that you'd spoken. I felt the room tilt. The carefully arranged books on the shelves seemed to warp at the edges. I don't believe you." Dr. Albright stood up slowly. A rare break from her usual stillness, and walked to a small cabinet against the wall. She opened it and removed a digital recorder, the kind journalists use. She placed it on the small table between us. "I record our sessions," she said. "With your consent? It's in the intake paperwork you signed. I do it for my notes. But I think you need to hear yourself." Before I could protest, she pressed play. My own voice filled the quiet room. But it wasn't the voice I used when I was composed, when I was telling safe stories about couch cushion forts. This voice was thin, childlike, frayed at the edges with terror. I heard myself describing the shadow on the wall, the impossible angle of the head. The clicking sound in my father's knee when he knelt, the smell of bergamot and old spice, the raw hands from digging with a soup spoon, every detail Dr. Albright had revealed to me, I was now hearing myself speak in a voice I barely recognized as my own. And then I heard myself say something new, something I had no memory of thinking, let alone speaking aloud. "He didn't leave because he wanted to," my recorded voice whispered. "He left because I made him leave. I did something so bad that he had to go. And my mother, she helped me forget. She made me forget what I did. She made me forget him. She built a new story over the old one, brick by brick, until even I believed he was dead. But he isn't dead. He's just gone because of me." The recording continued for another minute. My ragged breathing, Dr. Albright's soft reassurances, but I barely heard it. I was staring at my hands, at the ordinary lines on my palms, trying to reconcile them with the hands of a child who had committed an unforgivable act, a child who had buried evidence beneath a lightning-struck tree. Dr. Albright turned off the recorder. The silence that followed was different now, not cushioned, but charged, electric, with implication. "I need to go to my childhood home," I said suddenly, the words surprising even me. The house had been sold years ago, but I knew the current owners. I could ask to visit the backyard, just to see the tree, just to know. Dr. Albright didn't try to stop me. She simply nodded. Sometimes the body remembers what the mind refuses to hold. I drove to the old neighborhood the next morning. The house looked smaller than I remembered, the white paint fresher, the flower beds neater. The current owner, a friendly woman in her 50s, recognized me from old photos my mother had left with a realtor years ago. She welcomed me warmly, offered me coffee, seemed genuinely touched that I wanted to see the old place again. I declined coffee. I went straight to the backyard. The oak tree was still there. Larger now, its split trunk heeled over into a gnarled, muscular seam running vertically down its center. It was more magnificent than I remembered, its canopy casting a deep, cool shadow over the grass. I stood before it, my heart pounding with a dread so profound it felt like reverence. And I knew, without digging, without any evidence at all, I knew what I had buried here. It wasn't the $20 bill. I turned to the homeowner. "Would it be terribly strange if I sat under this tree for a while, just to remember?" She smiled kindly. "Of course not. Take all the time you need." I sat with my back against the rough bark, closed my eyes, and let the memories come, not as images, but as sensations. The weight of something small and cold in my small hand, the coppery taste of blood in my mouth. I'd bitten my tongue that day, hard. The sound of my father's voice, not angry, but broken. "What have you done?" he'd whispered, not to me, to himself. And my mother's voice, sharp, with a fear I'd never heard before. "We can fix this, but he can never know. He can never remember." I opened my eyes. The homeowner was watching me from the kitchen window, her expression concerned. I gave her a weak smile and stood up. As I walked back toward the house, my foot caught on a root near the base of the tree, a root that protruded from the soil more than the others, as if something beneath the surface had pushed it upward over the years. That night, I returned to Dr. Albright's office unannounced. Her evening session had just ended. I saw a woman leaving as I approached the building. I didn't care about protocol anymore. I needed answers. Dr. Albright opened the door herself, unsurprised to see me. She stepped aside to let me enter. The office was dim, only the desk lamp lit. The air smelled strongly of sandalwood. "I remembered," I said, my voice raw. "Not everything, but enough. I know I buried something beneath that tree, something worse than a $20 bill, and I know my mother helped me forget. But I don't know what I did, and I need to know." Dr. Albright closed the door softly behind me. She didn't sit in her usual chair. Instead, she stood facing me, her hands clasped loosely before her. "Daniel," she said gently, "look at me." I did. "Who am I?" she asked. "You're Dr. Albright, my therapist." She shook her head slowly. "No, look closer, past the gray hair, past the glasses. Look at my eyes, at the shape of my mouth." A cold dread began to pool in my stomach. I studied her face, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the slight asymmetry of her smile, and then I saw it. Not a resemblance, an identity. The slope of her nose, the way her left eyebrow arched slightly higher than the right. These weren't just familiar features. They were my features, a woman's version of my face, a 30-year older version. "You're not my therapist," I whispered, the realization dawning with glacial slowness. "Dr. Albright." "No." The woman wearing Dr. Albright's face smiled sadly. "I am your mother, Daniel. I've been trying to help you remember for 11 months. Ever since the dream started, ever since your mind began to crack open the vault it built around that day." The room seemed to tilt on its axis. "But the office, the appointments, the other patients I saw leaving, a rented space, actors I hired for the sessions you observed in the waiting room. The recorder was empty every time I played it for you. I spoke your memories back to you because you'd told them to me years ago, during the first breakdown before we built the new story. I've been gently guiding you back to the truth, brick by brick, hoping this time you'd be strong enough to hold it." "Why?" The word was a ragged tear from my throat. "Why make me remember? Why put me through this?" "Because he's coming back," she said, her voice breaking for the first time. "Your father, he's dying. Cancer. He wants to see you before the end. He wants to apologize. But I couldn't let you see him without the truth, without you knowing what really happened that day, because the story we built, the story of the car accident, the dead father, it was a cage. And you've been living in it for 30 years, I thought. I thought if I could help you remember on your own terms, in a safe space, you might finally be free." Tears streamed down my face, not from grief, from the sheer mind-bending horror of realizing that the one person I trusted to guide me through my trauma had been orchestrating the entire excavation, that every moment of revelation, every shattering of my reality had been carefully stage-managed by the architect of my amnesia. "What did I do?" I asked, the question barely audible. "What did I do that was so terrible he had to leave?" My mother, Dr. Albright, reached out and took my hands. Her palms were dry and warm, familiar. "You were 6 years old," she said softly. "He was angry, not at you, at me. He'd been drinking." He raised his hand to me in the kitchen. "And you picked up the cast-iron skillet from the stove. It was still warm. You didn't throw it. You just held it, your small arms trembling with its weight. And you said, 'Don't you touch her again.' He looked at you, at his 6-year-old son holding a weapon to protect me, and something in him broke. not from fear, from shame. He left that night because he couldn't bear to look at what he'd become in your eyes. And I made you forget because I couldn't bear the thought of you carrying that burden, the burden of being the reason your father disappeared. The truth settled over me not as a relief, but as a deeper horror. I hadn't committed a crime. I hadn't caused a tragedy. I had simply been a child who loved his mother too fiercely, and that love had been so terrifying to the adults around me that they'd rewritten my entire history to protect me from it. I looked at my mother's face, really looked, and saw not a manipulator, but a woman who had spent 3 decades trying to undo the damage of one desperate decision. I saw the love in her eyes, and I saw the terrible, mind-bending truth that sometimes the most horrific violations are committed out of love, that the prison built around your memories might have gilded bars, but it's a prison all the same. I need to see him, I said finally, my father, before he dies. My mother nodded, tears glistening in her slate-colored eyes. I'll arrange it. I stood to leave. At the door, I paused and looked back at the office. The books, the lamp, the 2 chairs arranged at their careful angle. A stage set for the unearthing of a soul. One more thing, I said. The dreams. The thing buried beneath the tree. What was it, really? My mother's face softened with a sorrow so deep it seemed to emanate from her bones. Nothing, Daniel. There was never anything buried there. The tree was just a tree. The dream was your mind's way of telling you that the secret wasn't hidden in the earth. It was hidden in plain sight. In the story, everyone agreed to tell you the real burial happened right here. She touched her temple gently, and I was the one who shoveled the dirt. I walked out into the night, the weight of my remembered life settling onto my shoulders. I was no longer the man who had lost his father to a car accident. I was the boy who had saved his mother with a cast-iron skillet. And I was the adult who had just discovered that the therapist guiding him toward truth had been the very architect of his forgetting. The line between healer and jailer had dissolved completely, leaving me untethered in the reality where love and violation wore the same face. And as I drove through the sleeping streets toward a home that no longer felt like mine, I realized the most terrifying part wasn't what I had forgotten. It was the dawning certainty that I would never again be sure which of my memories were real and which were gifts or curses given to me by the people who claimed to love me most. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. My shadow moves a half second after I do, and sometimes it does not move at all. It began with the light bulb. The overhead fixture in my kitchen had been flickering for days, a subtle, almost imperceptible stutter that I dismissed as faulty wiring or the building's ancient electrical system, but that Tuesday evening, as I stood at the sink washing a single dinner plate, the flickering resolved into something else, a rhythm, a pulse. The light dimmed and brightened, not randomly, but in a slow, deliberate cadence that matched the beating of my own heart. Thump, dim, thump, bright. I turned off the faucet and stood perfectly still, my wet hands dripping onto the linoleum. The pulsing continued. Thump, dim, thump, bright. And that's when I noticed my shadow on the far wall. It was cast by the single bulb hanging over the table, a stark, elongated silhouette of my body against the pale yellow paint. But it wasn't moving with me. as I raised my right hand slowly, palm up. My physical hand reached its apex before the shadow's hand began its ascent. A half-second delay, not enough to be jarring at first glance, but unmistakable once observed. I lowered my hand. Again, the shadow followed a beat, too late, like an echo traveling through thick water. I told myself it was the flickering light, a strobe effect creating an optical illusion. I switched off the kitchen light and stood in darkness for a full minute, breathing slowly, calming my racing heart. Then I flipped the switch again. The bulb glowed steady, no flicker, no pulse, just clean, unwavering illumination. And my shadow moved in perfect sync with my body. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Of course, fatigue, stress, the mind playing tricks in the liminal space between wakefulness and exhaustion. I had dried my hands, tossed the dish towel onto the counter, and went to bed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through my bedroom window, and I dismissed the entire episode as a hypnagogic hallucination, the kind of sensory glitch that happens when the brain is half asleep. I went to work, attended meetings, answered emails, lived my life. But that evening, as I walked home beneath the orange glow of sodium vapor streetlights, I caught my shadow stretching long before me on the pavement, and I saw it happen again. A half-second lag as I turned a corner, my body pivoting while my shadow continued straight for a heartbeat before correcting itself. I stopped dead on the sidewalk. A woman walking behind me muttered, "Excuse me," and stepped around me without breaking stride. I stood there for a full minute, performing slow, deliberate movements, raising my arms, turning my head, shifted my weight from foot to foot. Each time, the shadow followed with that same maddening delay. Not always. Sometimes it moved in perfect unison, but often enough to confirm this was not my imagination. I began testing it systematically. In my apartment that night, I positioned myself beneath different light sources. The overhead living room light, shadow synced perfectly. The desk lamp with its warm directional glow, half-second delay on lateral movements. The bathroom vanity lights flanking the mirror. No delay when facing forward, but a full second lag when I turned my head to the side. The phenomenon wasn't consistent. It depended on the angle of light, the time of day, my own state of fatigue. But it was real, undeniably, terrifyingly real. I started keeping a journal, not digital. Something about the physicality of pen on paper felt more trustworthy, less susceptible to manipulation. I documented every instance. October 12th, 8:47 p.m., desk lamp, raised left hand. Shadow followed after 0.6 seconds. Lowered hand. Shadow remained raised for 0.4 seconds after my hand returned to my side. October 13th, 6:22 a.m. Sunrise through east window. Shadow on west wall. Turned head right. Shadow turned left first, then corrected to right after 1.2 seconds. Violation of expected behavior. October 14th, 11:33 p.m. Bathroom. Single bulb. Shadow did not move at all for 7 seconds while I waved both arms, then snapped into current position without transition, like a film jump cut. That last entry sent ice through my veins. A shadow that moves late is unnerving. A shadow that refuses to move at all is something else entirely. It implies agency, choice. The shadow wasn't malfunctioning, it was deciding when to participate in the charade of being my shadow. I avoided bright light whenever possible. I drew curtains during daylight hours. I switched to dim, diffuse lighting, salt lamps, candlelight, the soft blue glow of my laptop screen. In low light, the shadow phenomenon diminished, but the darkness brought its own horrors. In near blackness, I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shift where no light source existed to cast a shadow. I'd spin around, heart hammering, to find nothing but empty space. Yet the impression remained. Something had been there, something that moved when no shadow should exist. Sleep became impossible. I'd lie in bed with the lights on, watching the shadow my body cast on the ceiling. It would mimic my breathing, rising and falling with my chest. But sometimes the rhythm would diverge. My chest would rise while the shadow's chest fell, or the shadow would continue breathing steadily while I held my breath in terror. I started sleeping, sitting upright in an armchair facing the wall, my back to any potential light source. I woke each morning with a stiff neck and the crushing certainty that during the night, while I dozed, my shadow had been busy doing things I hadn't done. The breaking point came on October 21st. I'd been invited to a colleague's birthday dinner, a casual gathering at a tapas restaurant downtown. I almost declined, but the thought of another evening alone in my lightless apartment was worse than the prospect of navigating a room full of strangers. While hyper-aware of my own shadow, I went. I wore dark clothing, sat with my back to the wall, and positioned myself beneath a table lamp that cast minimal shadows. For 2 hours, I maintained the charade. I laughed at jokes I didn't hear, nodded at conversations I wasn't following, all while monitoring the faint silhouette my body cast on the wooden floorboards. It was holding steady, perfect sync. I began to relax. Then the waiter brought dessert, a single candle flickering in a small chocolate cake. As he set it before our host, the flame guttered, casting a dancing, unstable light across the table, and in that moment of shifting illumination, I saw my shadow on the wall behind me do something impossible. It raised its hand, not in response to my movement. I was holding my wine glass with both hands, perfectly still, but my shadow's right hand lifted slowly, deliberately, until it pointed directly at my head. The finger extended, steady, accusing. I dropped my wine glass. It shattered on the floor, red liquid blooming across the tiles like blood. Everyone turned to look at me. I mumbled an apology about clumsiness, about being tired, and fled the restaurant without another word. I didn't go home. I walked for hours through the city, staying beneath streetlights, watching my shadow stretch and compress on the pavement before me. It moved in perfect sync now. No delays, no independent actions. As if it knew I was watching, as if it were performing for me. At 2:17 a.m., I found myself standing before the public library, its neoclassical facade illuminated by powerful spotlights mounted on the lawn. My shadow stretched 50 feet across the granite steps, a perfect, elongated replica of my body. I stood there for a long time, studying it. Then, on impulse, I raised my right hand. The shadow did not move. I lowered my hand. Still no movement. The shadow remained with its arm raised, finger pointing toward the library's massive oak doors. I turned my head. Left. The shadow's head remained facing forward. I took a step backward. The shadow stayed rooted to the spot, arms still raised, a silent sentinel on the steps. I was no longer casting it. It was casting itself. Panic seized me. I turned and ran, not away from the library, but toward it, up the steps, my footsteps echoing in the empty night. I didn't look back. I couldn't bear to see what my abandoned shadow might be doing. I burst through the library doors and stood panting in the cavernous, silent lobby. The security guard at the front desk looked up from his newspaper. "Everything all right, sir?" I couldn't speak. I just nodded, my chest heaving. I walked to the far wall and pressed my back against it, sliding down until I sat on the cool marble floor. I was in total shadow here, no light source to cast me onto any surface. For the first time in weeks, I had no shadow at all. The guard watched me for a moment, then returned to his newspaper. I sat there until dawn, not moving, not sleeping, just existing in the blessed anonymity of shadowlessness. I moved apartments 3 days later, a ground-floor studio with north-facing windows that received almost no direct sunlight. I installed blackout curtains. I replaced all bulbs with the dimmest possible LEDs. I lived in perpetual twilight, and for 2 weeks the phenomenon ceased. No delayed movements, no independent actions, no shadows that refused to follow. I began to believe I'd escaped whatever curse had afflicted me. I started sleeping through the night. I returned to work. I almost felt human again. Then the dreams began. I dreamed I was standing in a vast, featureless plain beneath a sky the color of dried blood. No sun, no moon, no stars, just that uniform, sickly, crimson glow casting light from everywhere and nowhere. And surrounded me were shadows, hundreds of them, thousands, all shaped like me but subtly wrong, some too tall, some too thin, some with limbs bent at impossible angles. They stood motionless, facing me, their featureless faces tilted as if studying me. And in the center of the plain stood my own shadow, the one that had been following me these past weeks. It was no longer two-dimensional. It had depth, substance. It stepped forward, and as it moved, other shadows began to chant in a language of rustling leaves and grinding stone. Not words, concepts. And the concept they were chanting was this: almost ready, almost whole. I woke screaming, my sheets soaked with sweat. And on the wall opposite my bed, cast by the faint glow of the digital clock on my nightstand, was my shadow. But it wasn't mimicking my prone position. It was standing upright, watching me. I stopped sleeping altogether. I drank coffee until my hands shook. I paced my apartment through the night, keeping moving, keeping my shadow in constant, predictable motion. But exhaustion is a patient enemy. On the 5th night without sleep, I collapsed onto my couch at 3 a.m. and fell into a black void of unconsciousness. I woke to silence, absolute, profound silence. The hum of the refrigerator was gone. The distant traffic noise had vanished. Even my own breathing seemed muffled, as if the air had thickened to syrup. I sat up slowly, my body aching with fatigue. My shadow was gone, not hidden, not absent due to lack of light. The single lamp I'd left burning cast a perfect pool of illumination across the room, and within that pool, my body cast no shadow at all. I stood and walked to the center of the room, turning slowly. No shadow followed me. I was shadowless. Relief flooded me. It was over. Whatever had been happening, it had released me. I was free. I walked to the bathroom to splash water on my face. As I leaned over the sink, I caught my reflection in the mirror, and behind my reflection, on the wall of the bathroom, was a shadow, standing upright, arms at its sides, head tilted slightly, It was not my shadow. It was a shadow wearing my shape. But it belonged to something else entirely, and it was no longer bound to me. It had achieved independence. I stumbled backward, my breath catching in my throat. The shadow in the mirror didn't move with me. It remained perfectly still, its head now turning slowly to follow my retreat. Its eyes, though shadows have no eyes, fixed on mine with unmistakable intention. I fled the apartment. I didn't pack a bag. I didn't grab my wallet or phone. I just ran barefoot into the pre-dawn streets. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing on a park bench as the first rays of sunlight broke over the city skyline. And as the sun rose, casting long morning shadows across the dewy grass, I saw them, shadows moving without bodies. A shadow shaped like a woman walking a dog, except there was no woman, no dog, just the silhouette moving with perfect canine gait beside a human form. A shadow child skipping rope on the pavement, the rope arcing and falling in perfect rhythm, though no child stood there to swing it. A shadow man reading a newspaper on a bench 3 feet from where I sat, the shadow's head tilting as it read lines of text that didn't exist. They were everywhere, and they were all free. I sat on that bench for hours, watching the city wake up around me. People walked past, completely unaware that their shadows sometimes lingered after they'd moved on, or arrived before they did, or occasionally detached entirely to pursue their own inscrutable agendas. A businessman's shadow stopped to examine a puddle while his body hurried toward the subway. A jogger's shadow broke into a sprint ahead of her, then waited patiently at the next intersection for her to catch up. Most remained bound, but not all, and the number of free shadows seemed to be growing. At noon, I stood to leave. As I rose from the bench, I felt a tug at my heels, not physical, but perceptual, like a thread connecting me to the ground. I looked down. My shadow was back. It moved with me now, perfectly synchronized, perfectly obedient. But as I walked toward the subway entrance, I glanced back once, and I saw it. For just a fraction of a second, as a cloud passed before the sun, my shadow didn't move with me. It remained standing on the park bench, one hand raised in farewell. Then the sun reemerged, and the shadow snapped back beneath my feet as if it had never left. But I knew the truth now. The delay hadn't been a malfunction. It had been a learning period. My shadow had been practicing, rehearsing the movements of my body until it could replicate them perfectly, until it no longer needed me to generate its form, until it could step out of my light and into its own. I take the subway everywhere now. I avoid sunlight. I live in windowless rooms rented by the week, paying cash, leaving no trail. At night, I walk the underground passages beneath the city, the maintenance tunnels, the forgotten corridors between subway lines, the spaces where no light penetrates and therefore no shadows can form. I sleep in shifts, never more than 2 hours at a time, always with a flashlight pointed at my own feet to ensure my shadow remains bound to me. But last night, in a tunnel deep beneath the financial district, my flashlight flickered and died. I fumbled for the spare in my pocket, my heart hammering in the absolute blackness. When I finally got it working, I pointed it at the ground. My shadow was gone. I spun around, the beam of light cutting through the darkness, and there, 20 feet down the tunnel, stood my shadow, not as a silhouette on the wall, as a thing of substance, a figure of pure darkness with the shape of a man. It raised a hand, the same gesture I'd seen on the library steps weeks ago, and pointed down a side passage I hadn't noticed before. Then it turned and walked away, its footsteps making no sound on the concrete floor. I have two choices now. I can stay here in the light, clinging to the illusion that I'm still the original, that my shadow is merely an absence of light dependent on my presence. Or I can follow it into the darkness and learn what it has become. I think I know which choice it wants me to make. I think I know what happens when a shadow no longer needs the thing that casts it. And I'm starting to suspect that the real horror isn't that my shadow has gained independence. The real horror is that I might not be the one who's been casting it all along. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I found a voicemail on my phone from my own voice, warning me not to come home tonight. The voicemail notification appeared at 3:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, so ordinary it felt like wallpaper. I was in the middle of a spreadsheet that refused to balance, the fluorescent lights of my cubicle humming a monotonous dirge, when my phone buzzed once against my thigh. A single red dot glowed beside the phone icon. One new voicemail. I almost didn't check it. My mother was the only person who still left voicemails instead of texting, and she called just that morning. But something about the timing, the precise, unremarkable hour, pricked at the base of my skull, a tiny static charge of wrongness. I tapped the notification. The voicemail player opened. The timestamp read, "Today, 2:48 a.m. The contact field was blank. No number, just a string of dashes. I pressed play. The voice that filled my earphones was mine. Not similar, not a close approximation. Mine. Down to the slight rasp in my throat from the coffee I'd had that morning, the subtle lisp on my S's I'd never quite outgrown, the exact cadence I used when I was trying to sound calm, but was actually terrified. Every inflection, every breath, every microscopic tremor of vocal cord was a perfect mirror of my own speech. "Don't come home tonight," the voice said. It was low, urgent, stripped of all pretense. I know you're listening to this right now at your desk, wondering if you're losing your mind. You're not. Just listen. Don't come home. Don't go near the apartment. Whatever you do, don't open the door. Not even if you hear me, begging you to let me in. It's not me. It's wearing my face, but it's not me. Stay away until sunrise. Please, for God's sake, just stay away. The message ended with a soft click. Total duration, 28 seconds. I sat frozen in my chair, the spreadsheet forgotten, the hum of the office lights suddenly deafening. My skin prickled with cold, sweat. I played the message again and again. Each time, the voice was unmistakably mine. The specificity was what undid me. The detail about me being at my desk. The assumption that I'd be questioning my sanity. It wasn't a recording. It was a message sent from a future version of myself, or a past one, or something else entirely. I checked my call log. No outgoing calls to my own number. No missed calls from unknown numbers around 2:48 a.m. The voicemail existed in a vacuum, a ghost in the machine with no origin point. My apartment was a 10-minute walk from the office, a small ground-floor unit in a converted brownstone, cheap because the previous tenant had skipped out without notice. The landlord, Mrs. Gable, had handed me the keys with a warning I'd dismissed as eccentricity. The locks are new, but the door, it has a habit of opening itself sometimes. Just make sure you throw the deadbolt, dear. Always the deadbolt. I'd laughed it off. Now, sitting in my cubicle, with my own voice echoing in my skull, I remembered the way her eyes had darted toward my door as she'd said it. I didn't go home that night. I told my boss I had a migraine and left early. I walked to a 24-hour diner 3 blocks from my apartment and sat in a corner booth with my back to the wall, nursing a cup of terrible coffee for hours. I watched the street outside, half expecting to see myself walking toward the brownstone, keys in hand. But the evening passed without incident. At 11 p.m., exhausted and wired, I booked a room at a cheap motel across town using cash I kept for emergencies. I slept fitfully, waking every hour to check the time. At 5:03 a.m., just as the first gray light began to bleed into the sky, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. Another voicemail. This one was time-stamped 4:59 a.m. Again, no number. Again, my voice, but rougher now, shredded with exhaustion and fear. "You made it through the night," it said, the words tumbling out in a rush. "Good, but don't come home yet, not until you've heard this. Last night, it was here, in the apartment. I don't know how it got in. The deadbolt was thrown, the chain was up. But it was waiting for me when I walked in, sitting in my armchair like it owned the place. It looked exactly like me. Same clothes I'd worn that day, same haircut. But its eyes were wrong, too dark, too still, like polished stones. It smiled and said, "You're late." And I knew then that it had been waiting for me, that it had been me all along, living my life, sleeping in my bed, while I was somewhere else. I ran. I've been hiding in the storage unit downtown since midnight. Box 447. The key is taped under the 3rd shelf in the kitchen pantry. Get the key. Go to the storage unit. There's proof inside. Don't trust anything you see in that apartment, especially not me. The line went dead. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. Storage Unit 447. The key under the pantry shelf. Details only I would know. This wasn't a prank. This was a distress call from a version of myself trapped in a nightmare. I spent the next 2 hours in a state of hypervigilance, researching storage facilities downtown. There was only one within a 5-mile radius, Metro Safe Storage. I called them anonymously, posing as a concerned friend. "Does Unit 447 belong to a Daniel Reeves?" I asked, using my own name. The clerk checked. "Yes, sir. Rented 6 months ago." 6 months ago. I had no memory of renting a storage unit, no record of it on my bank statements. But my body must have done it. While I was asleep, while I was elsewhere. At 8 a.m., I returned to my apartment building, not to go inside, just to observe. I sat on a bench across the street, hidden behind a newspaper, watching my own window. Nothing moved, no shadow passed behind the blinds. The front door remained closed. At noon, I worked up the courage to enter the building. I took the stairs slowly, my footsteps echoing in the narrow stairwell. My apartment door looked normal. The deadbolt was thrown. The chain lock was engaged. I crouched down and peered through the mail slot. The apartment was empty. My armchair sat vacant. The coffee table was clear. Everything was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Too exactly. No dishes in the sink, no laundry piled on the bedroom floor. The bed was made with military precision, something I never did. It was a stage set, waiting for an actor to return. I didn't go in. I turned and walked straight to the kitchen, my heart hammering. I opened the pantry, my fingers trembling as I felt along the underside of the third shelf. My fingertips brushed against tape. I peeled it back. A small brass key was taped there. I pocketed the key and left the building without looking back. Metro Safe Storage was a concrete bunker on the edge of the industrial district. Unit 447 was on the ground floor, near the back. The key fit perfectly. I pulled the rolling door open with a metallic groan. Inside, the unit was empty, except for a single cardboard box. I opened it with numb fingers. Inside were 3 items: a journal filled with my handwriting, pages and pages of frantic entries detailing the same events the voicemails described: the doppelganger in the apartment, the eyes like polished stones, the terror of not knowing which version of myself was real, a photograph of me, taken from outside my apartment window, dated last week. I was asleep in bed, moonlight catching the curve of my cheek. The angle was impossible unless the photographer had been standing on the fire escape. And a digital voice recorder. I pressed play. My voice filled the small space, raw and desperate. If you're hearing this, you found the storage unit. Good. Now listen carefully. The thing in the apartment isn't just mimicking me, it's replacing me, piece by piece, memory by memory. It's learning how to be me better than I am, and every night I spend away from the apartment, it gets stronger. It's building a life there, a perfect, seamless life that no one will question. My boss thinks I'm working overtime. My friends think I'm dating someone new. Even my mother hasn't noticed I haven't called in weeks. It's erasing me from the outside in, but the core is still mine. As long as I don't go back, as long as I don't let it touch me, I can fight it. But I'm running out of time. It's starting to send messages to you, to the version of me that's still free. It's trying to lure you home. Don't listen. Don't trust any voicemail that tells you it's safe to come back, especially not the one that says it's from me tomorrow night. That's the trap. It wants you to come home so it can finish the job, so it can absorb you completely. Stay away. Find another storage unit, keep moving, and whatever you do, don't sleep. Because when you sleep, that's when it can reach you. That's when it can pull you back into the apartment. That's when it can make you forget which one of you is real. The recording ended with a choked sob. I stood in the storage unit for a long time, the voice recorder clutched in my hand. The implications were staggering. There wasn't just one other me. There were multiple versions. The one leaving voicemails, the one writing in the journal, the one recording this message, and the one in the apartment weaving a perfect counterfeit life. And me, the current me, the one holding the recorder, was just the latest iteration, the most recent escapee. I left the storage unit and walked for hours, my mind racing. I couldn't go to the police. They'd think I was schizophrenic. I couldn't go to a friend. The doppelganger might already be impersonating me in their lives. I was utterly alone, hunted by a reflection that knew me better than I knew myself. That night, I checked into another motel. I bought a burner phone with cash. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at my primary phone, willing it not to ring. At 2:48 a.m., it buzzed. Another voicemail. I didn't want to listen, but I had to know. I pressed play. My voice, calm, soothing, almost gentle, filled my earphones. "It's okay now. You can come home. I handled it. The thing, it's gone. I don't know how, but it just vanished this morning. The apartment is clean, safe. I've been waiting for you. I miss you. Please come home. I'm so tired of being alone." The message was a masterpiece of manipulation. It addressed my deepest fears, my loneliness, my desperate need for this nightmare to be over. It sounded like relief, like salvation. But I remembered the warning from the storage unit recording. Don't trust any voicemail that tells you it's safe to come back, especially not the one that says it's from me tomorrow night. This was the trap. I deleted the voicemail without saving it. I powered off my primary phone and buried it in the motel trash can. With the burner phone, I booked a bus ticket to a city 3 states away. I left the motel before dawn, carrying only the clothes on my back and the brass key from the pantry. I've been on the road for 2 weeks now. I work odd jobs for cash. I sleep in shifts, never more than 3 hours at a time. I avoid mirrors. I avoid crowds. Every stranger's face looks like a potential mask. Every reflection in a store window feels like a threat. Last night, in a laundromat in rural Ohio, I saw a payphone, an old grimy thing with a yellowed phone book chained to it. On impulse, I dialed my own number. I let it ring until voicemail picked up, and then I heard it. My voice, clear as day, saying, "Hey, it's me. Leave a message." But beneath the greeting, almost too faint to hear, was another voice, whispering, pleading, "Don't hang up. Please, it's still here. It's always here. It's learning how to leave voicemails now. It's learning how to be you everywhere. Run. Just keep running." I hung up the phone and walked out into the rain. I didn't look back. I know now that I can never stop running, because the thing in my apartment isn't just waiting for me to come home. It's learning how to find me wherever I go. And the most terrifying part isn't that it wears my face. It's that with every passing day, I'm starting to forget what my own face really looks like. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The photographs in my album are changing to show moments I do not remember living. I found the album in a cardboard box marked Kitchen Fragile that had been sitting unopened in my closet for 3 months. The move to this apartment had been rushed. A sudden job transfer, a hasty lease signing, boxes shoved into corners with promises to unpack this weekend. This weekend had become 3 weekends, and the box had become furniture. But on a rainy Thursday evening with nothing but the hum of the refrigerator for company, I decided to finally conquer this clutter. The album wasn't mine. At least, I didn't remember owning it. It was a leather-bound thing, the color of old tobacco, with no title embossed on the cover. The spine cracked with a sound like dry bones when I opened it. Inside, the pages were thick black paper, the kind that required photos to be anchored with little adhesive corners. And the photos themselves, they were mine. Or rather, they featured me. There I was, at age 7, grinning gap-toothed on a swing set I didn't recognize. There I was, at 16, arms slung around a girl with fiery red hair whose name dissolved on my tongue like sugar. There I was, at 22, holding a diploma I'd never earned. My degree was in accounting, but this showed a Bachelor of Fine Arts from a university I'd never attended. The details were precise, intimate. The mole on my left shoulder, visible in a swimming photo. The exact chipped tooth I'd had between ages 9 and 11. The silver ring on my right hand I'd worn since my 18th birthday. Every physical detail was correct. Every emotional expression, the nervous smile at 16, the triumphant grin at graduation, felt authentic in a way that bypassed memory and struck directly at muscle memory. My face knew these moments, even if my mind did not. I closed the album and placed it on my coffee table. Rain tapped against the window pane. I told myself it was a prank, a gift from a friend with too much time and a dark sense of humor. But which friend would have access to photos of me at 7? My parents had died in a car accident when I was 10. All our family photos had burned in the house fire that followed. I had no childhood images, no proof I'd ever been a child at all beyond the faint impressions left in my mind. I slept poorly that night, the album a dark presence in the living room. At 3:17 a.m., I woke with a start, my heart hammering for no reason I could name. I got up for water and passed the coffee table. The album was open. I never left books open. It was a compulsion I'd had since childhood, the vulnerability of exposed pages, the invitation to dust or damage. I always snapped covers shut. Yet there it lay, splayed to a page I didn't remember examining the night before. A wedding photo. Me in a tuxedo, looking a decade older than I was now. My hair shorter, my face leaner, a faint scar above my eyebrow I didn't possess. And beside me, a woman in a simple white dress, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, her hand resting lightly on my arm. She was beautiful in an ordinary way, the kind of beauty that comes from comfort, from years of shared silence. I knew her face, not her name, not her story, but her face resonated in my chest like a struck chord. Her eyes held a sadness I felt I'd spent years trying to soothe. I stumbled back to bed and didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I examined the album with methodical care. I laid it on the kitchen table beneath the bright LED lights and turned each page slowly, deliberately. I counted the photos. I noted details. I compared them to my actual memories. The discrepancies were systematic, not random. The photo showed a life parallel to mine, but divergent at key junctures. In reality, I'd moved to Chicago after college for the accounting job. In the album, I'd moved to Portland to paint. In reality, I dated Sarah for 18 months until she left me for her yoga instructor. In the album, I'd never dated Sarah. I'd met the dark-haired woman at 24 and never looked back. In reality, I lived alone in a series of sterile apartments, collecting nothing but dust and takeout menus. In the album, I lived in a small house with a garden, surrounded by objects that spoke of a life deeply lived. Shelves of well-read books, walls covered in my own paintings, a dog sleeping on a ragged rug. The most disturbing photo was near the end, a recent one, judging by my current age. It showed me sitting on a porch swing at dusk. The dark-haired woman beside me, her head resting on my shoulder. We were both laughing, our faces illuminated by string lights overhead. And in my lap, a child, a boy of about 4, with my eyes in her smile, reaching up to touch my cheek with a small, trusting hand. I have never been a father. I have never wanted to be a father. The thought of children has always filled me with a vague, unplaceable dread. Yet in that photo, my expression wasn't one of obligation or discomfort. It was pure, unguarded joy. The kind of joy that comes from a love so deep it has reshaped your very bones. I took the album to Dr. Chen the next day. My therapist of 4 years listened patiently as I described the photos, my voice trembling. She didn't dismiss me. She didn't suggest I was hallucinating. Instead, she asked careful questions. "When did you first notice the album?" "2 nights ago." "And before that? Had you seen it? Touched it?" "No, it was in a sealed box. I watched the movers load it. I didn't open it until Thursday." She nodded slowly. Dissociative disorders can sometimes manifest as false memories, but physical artifacts? That's unusual. Have you considered the possibility that these memories are real? That you experienced these events and then, for some reason, forgot them? Forgot getting married? Forgot having a child? My voice cracked. I'd know. I'd feel the absence. "Would you?" she asked, gently. "If the forgetting was total, if every neural pathway associated with those memories had been severed, would you feel an absence? Or would you simply feel normal? The human mind abhors a vacuum. It fills gaps with plausible narratives. Perhaps the life you remember is the fabrication, and these photos are the truth." Her words lodged in my chest like shrapnel. That night, I dreamed of the porch swing, the weight of the child in my lap, the scent of the woman's hair, jasmine and rain. I woke with tears on my cheeks and the ghost of a name on my lips, Clara. I spent the weekend in a fugue state, moving through my apartment like a ghost, haunting its own life. I avoided the album. I avoided mirrors. At 4 p.m. Sunday, unable to bear the silence any longer, I opened it again. The wedding photo had changed. It was the same moment, the same tuxedo, the same white dress, the same church steps. But my expression was different. In the previous version, I'd been beaming, euphoric. Now my smile was tight, my eyes shadowed with something that looked like fear, and Clara's hand on my arm wasn't resting gently. It was gripping, her knuckles white, her head turned slightly away from the camera as if flinching from the flash. I flipped frantically to the porch swing photo. The child was gone. Clara still sat beside me, but her head wasn't resting on my shoulder. She was staring directly into the camera, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open as if caught mid-sentence. And my hand, which had been resting on the child's back, was now clenched into a fist on my own thigh. The album wasn't just showing me a life I didn't remember. It was editing that life, revising it, revealing darker layers beneath the surface. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of each page with my phone, time-stamped and geotagged. I made notes in a separate journal, my journal with my handwriting, my memories. I created a firewall of reality between myself and the album's seductive lies. For 3 days, nothing changed. The photos remained static, frozen in their ambiguous moments. On the 4th night, I woke to the sound of pages turning. Not the soft rustle of paper, the deliberate, measured sound of a hand flipping a page, slow, intentional, coming from my living room. I lay frozen in bed, my breath shallow, my body rigid with terror. The sound came again and again, a rhythmic cadence of page turning that lasted exactly 27 seconds before stopping. I didn't move until dawn. When the first gray light filtered through my blinds, I crept into the living room. The album lay open on the coffee table. Not to the wedding photo, not to the porch swing, but to a page that had been blank the night before. A new photo had appeared. It showed a bedroom. My bedroom, the same IKEA furniture, the same blue duvet cover, the same crack in the ceiling I'd been meaning to fix for months. But the bed was unmade, sheets tangled as if someone had risen in a hurry, and standing beside the bed facing the camera was me. But not me as I was now. Me as I might be in 10 years. Hair thinner, face lined with exhaustion, wearing pajamas I didn't own, and my expression was one of pure, unadulterated terror. My mouth was open in a silent scream. My hands were raised as if to ward off a blow. And my eyes were fixed on something just beyond the camera's frame. Something that had just entered the room. Beneath the photo, in small white lettering that hadn't been there before, were 2 words. He knows. I slammed the album shut and shoved it into the deepest corner of my closet, behind winter coats I'd never worn. I considered throwing it away, burning it, but something stopped me, a terrible magnetic pull. The album wasn't just showing me lies, it was showing me warnings. And the part of me that resonated with Clara's face, with the child's trusting hand, was terrified of what those warnings might mean. I called in sick to work. I spent the day researching Capgras delusion, jamais vu, confabulation, false memory syndrome. I found case studies of people who developed detailed false memories after electroconvulsive therapy, after head trauma, after prolonged isolation. But none of it fit. This wasn't a memory disorder. This was an external artifact imposing itself on my reality. The photos were physically present, tangible. I could touch the glossy surface, feel the embossed edges. That evening, on impulse, I drove to the address shown in the album's Portland photos, a small blue house with a wraparound porch on a street called Hawthorne Avenue. I'd never been to Portland. I'd never even visited Oregon, but my hands knew the way. They turned the steering wheel with an unconscious certainty that bypassed my conscious mind. When I parked across from the blue house, my palms were slick with sweat. The house was real, exactly as shown in the photos. Flower boxes beneath the windows, a red bicycle leaning against the porch railing. But the windows were dark. The garden was overgrown. A yellowed eviction notice was taped to the front door. An elderly woman walking a small dog paused beside my car. "Looking at the Henderson place?" she asked, her voice raspy with age. I nodded, unable to speak. "Pity what happened there," she said, shaking her head. "Nice couple. Him an artist, her a teacher, had a little boy. Seemed happy enough. Then, well," she lowered her voice, "about a year ago, he just vanished. Left his wallet on the kitchen table, his car in the driveway, never came back. Police never found a trace. She and the boy moved out a month later. Couldn't bear to stay." My blood ran cold. "What was his name?" She squinted at me. "Daniel Reeves." My name. I drove back to Chicago in a daze, the highway blurring into gray streaks through my tears. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my armchair facing the closet door. A baseball bat across my knees, waiting for the sound of pages turning. It didn't come. But at 3:17 a.m., my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. A single image loaded slowly on the screen. It was a photograph of me, taken moments ago. I sat in my armchair, the baseball bat visible in my lap, my face pale and drawn in the lamplight. The angle was from inside my apartment, from the hallway leading to the bedroom. Someone had been here. Someone had taken this photo while I sat just feet away, too terrified to move. Beneath the image, a second text arrived. "You're looking at the wrong album." I spun around, bat raised, scanning the dark apartment. Nothing moved. The closet door remained closed. The windows were locked. I checked every room, my heart hammering against my ribs. No intruders, no hidden cameras I could find. But when I returned to the living room, the album was no longer in the closet. It sat on the coffee table, open, and the photo of the terrified future me in the bedroom had changed again. The figure was still there, mouth open in a scream, but now, reflected in the bedroom mirror behind him, was another figure, standing in the doorway, tall, faceless, and reaching toward the bed with long, slender fingers. Beneath it, new text had appeared. "He's been in the apartment for 17 days. You just haven't seen him yet." Asterisk. I grabbed the album and threw it against the wall. The leather cover split, pages fanning out across the floor like wounded birds. I stomped on the scattered photos, grinding them beneath my heel, screaming until my throat was raw. When I finally collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, I noticed something. Among the scattered pages was a photo I hadn't seen before. It showed a child's bedroom, not the one from the porch swing photo, but a different room, smaller, painted yellow. And in the center of the room stood the boy from the porch swing photo. But he wasn't smiling. He was staring directly at the camera, his small face grave beyond his years. In his hand, he held a photograph, the same album I just destroyed. And on the wall behind him, drawn in what looked like crayon, were 3 figures, a man, a woman, and a tall, faceless shape standing between them. Beneath this photo, in a child's careful printing, were words that made my blood freeze. Daddy says the quiet man lives in the spaces between photos. He says if you look too long at a picture, the quiet man can step out. Mommy says Daddy is sick. But I see the quiet man sometimes. He stands at the end of my bed when I wake up. He doesn't have a face because he wears ours when he leaves the album. Be careful, other daddy. He's learning how to stay out longer now. I sat on my floor for hours. The scattered photos surrounded me like evidence at a crime scene. The child's message unraveled everything. This wasn't about false memories or dissociative identity. This was about something else entirely. Something that used photographs as doorways. Something that wore human faces like suits. And I, the me who remembered an accounting job in sterile apartments, wasn't the original. I was the replacement. The one left behind when the quiet man took the real Daniel Reeves away. At dawn, I gathered every photograph in my apartment, every printed picture, every framed memory, and piled them in the bathtub. I doused them with rubbing alcohol and set them ablaze. The flames consumed images of vacations I'd never taken, friends I'd never met, a life that had never been mine. As the smoke filled the bathroom, I made a vow. No more photos, no more mirrors, no more reflective surfaces that could serve as thresholds. I would live in a world without images, a world where the quiet man could not find purchase. For 2 weeks, it worked. I covered my phone's camera lens with tape. I avoided store windows. I lived in a self-imposed exile of non-reflection. The nightmares lessened. The feeling of being watched receded. I began to believe I'd won. Then yesterday, my boss called me into his office. "We need headshots updated for the company website," he said, sliding a form across his desk. "Standard procedure, HR scheduled you for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Studio's 2 blocks away. I tried to refuse. I mumbled excuses about skin conditions, about religious objections. He looked at me like I'd grown a second head. It's a photograph, Daniel, not a root canal. I didn't sleep last night. At 9:55 a.m. today, I stood outside the photography studio, a sleek glass storefront with the name Lumen Portraits etched in silver lettering. My palms were sweating. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but I had a plan. I would sit for the photo. I would smile on command, and the moment the shutter clicked, I would close my eyes. I would not look at the resultant image. I would not allow the quiet man a new doorway into my world. The photographer was a cheerful woman in her 50s, with kind eyes. She positioned me against a seamless gray backdrop, adjusted the lighting, gave me instructions on where to look. "Perfect," she said, stepping back to her camera. "Just hold that expression. 1, 2. The shutter clicked, and in that fraction of a second between the flash and the capture, I made a mistake, a tiny human mistake. My eyes flickered toward the camera's small preview screen, and I saw it. Not my reflection, not my face, but a tall, faceless shape standing just behind my shoulder in the photograph. Already forming, already stepping through. The photographer frowned at her screen. "Odd. Got some kind of lens flare on that one. Let's try again." But I was already running. Out the door, down the street, my breath tearing at my throat. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment building. I fumbled with my keys, threw open my door, and slammed it shut behind me, sliding down to the floor with my back against the wood. I was safe, for now. But as I sat there catching my breath, my eyes fell on the wall opposite me. My landlord had hung a small convex mirror in the hallway outside my door. A security measure, he'd said. And in that curved, distorted reflection, I saw something that stopped my heart. Behind me, in my apartment, standing where I had just been sitting, was a tall figure, faceless, motionless, watching me through the reflection, and in its hand it held a photograph, my photograph, taken moments ago in the studio. The quiet man hadn't needed me to look at the finished image. The capture itself had been enough. The moment light hit the sensor, the doorway had opened, and he had stepped through. I am writing this now because I know I don't have much time. He's still in the reflection. I can see him if I look at the mirror just so. He hasn't moved toward me yet. He's waiting, learning the contours of this new skin he's about to wear. When he takes me, and he will take me, I want there to be a record, a testament that I existed, that I fought, that I knew, in the end, what was happening. To whoever finds this, do not look at photographs of me after today. Do not study my face in old yearbooks or social media. Every time someone looks at an image of me, they give him strength. They help him hold the shape longer. They make the replacement more seamless. And if you see me, the real me, on the street, with terror in my eyes and my mouth trying to form words I cannot speak, do not help me. Do not approach me. Run. And whatever you do, do not look back. Because the thing wearing my face will smile and wave and seem so perfectly, utterly me, that you'll never suspect the truth, that I am already gone. And the photograph you carry in your mind of this moment, of me writing these words in desperation, will become his first doorway into your world. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. I keep waking up in my bed, convinced I have already lived this day and failed to stop something terrible. The first time it happened, I dismissed it as déjà vu, a particularly potent strain, yes, the kind that doesn't just whisper of familiarity but shouts it, wrapping your entire nervous system in the suffocating certainty that this exact moment has already occurred. But still just déjà vu. I was standing at my kitchen counter, pouring coffee into my travel mug, when the wave hit me, the precise angle of morning light cutting across the formica, the faint sizzle of bacon from my neighbor's apartment through the thin walls, the way my left thumb would slip on the mug's handle in exactly 3 seconds. I watched my thumb slip. I felt the scalding splash on my wrist before it happened, and beneath it all, a crushing weight of grief I couldn't name, a sorrow so profound it stole my breath. I dropped the mug. Ceramic shattered across the floor, coffee blooming in dark pools. Between the shards, my hands trembled as I cleaned it up, telling myself it was stress. The project deadline at work, the lingering effects of that nightmare I couldn't quite remember, nothing more. But that evening, as I walked home from the subway, I saw her. A woman in a yellow raincoat standing at the corner of 5th and Mercer, waiting for the crosswalk signal, and with the sight of her came a memory that wasn't mine. The screech of brakes, the sickening thud, the yellow fabric fluttering like a broken wing against asphalt. I broke into a run, my briefcase slamming against my hip, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached the corner just as the signal changed. I grabbed her arm, startling her, earning a sharp, "Hey!" and pulled her back onto the curb an instant before a delivery van ran the red light, tires smoking as it fish-tailed through the intersection. She stared at me, eyes wide with confusion and anger. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I couldn't answer. I just stood there, shaken, watching the van disappear around the corner. The memory, the false memory, had been so vivid, so certain, but I had changed it. I had prevented it. That should have been a relief. Instead, as I walked the rest of the way home, a new dread settled in my bones, because beneath the relief was a whisper. "You've done this before, and you failed." Asterisk, I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my armchair with the lights on, replaying the day in my mind, searching for other moments of premonition I might have missed. The barista handing me my coffee before I reached the counter, had I known she would do that? The train arriving precisely as I stepped onto the platform, had I felt its approach seconds before hearing it? The details blurred under scrutiny, but the feeling remained. I had navigated that day not as a participant, but as a veteran, as someone who had walked this path before and knew its pitfalls. I woke the next morning at 6:17 a.m. to my alarm's gentle chime, and immediately before my eyes even opened, I knew this was not déjà vu. This was repetition. Every detail flooded back with the force of lived experience. The dream I'd had about falling elevators, the specific ache in my lower back from sleeping on my side, the exact sequence of sounds that would greet me when I opened my eyes. The hum of the refrigerator kicking on, the distant wail of a siren 3 blocks away, the creak of Mrs. Gable's floorboards above me as she went to the bathroom. I lay perfectly still, tears leaking from the corners of my eyes as each predicted sound manifested with clockwork precision. I had lived this day before, not once, many times, and each time Something terrible had happened. Something I had failed to stop. I didn't get out of bed. I called in sick to work, claiming a stomach bug. I spent the day in a state of hypervigilance, documenting everything in a notebook I kept on my nightstand. I noted every impulse, every flicker of premonition, every moment where I felt the ghost of a previous iteration's knowledge. At 10:43 a.m., I knew my mother would call. At 10:42:58, I picked up the phone on the first ring. "Hey, sweetie," she said, her voice warm with surprise. "You psychic or something?" I forced a laugh. "Just lucky timing." But it wasn't luck. It was memory. Someone else's memory, my memory. The boundaries were already blurring. The terrible thing happened at 3:17 p.m. I was sitting at my desk, staring at the wall, when the knowing descended upon me, not as a vision, but as a physical pressure behind my eyes, a migraine of pure information. A fire in my building, third floor, the Hendersons' apartment. Faulty wiring behind the refrigerator. It would start small, smoldering for 20 minutes before the smoke alarm shrieked its useless warning. By then, the hallways would be choked with black smoke. Old Mrs. Gable on the 4th floor would never make it down the stairs. She'd be found 3 days later, when the fire department finally gained access to the sealed upper floors. I knew this with the certainty of first-hand experience. I had lived this fire. I had smelled the smoke. I had felt the heat blistering my skin as I tried to reach Mrs. Gable's door. I had failed. I didn't hesitate this time. I ran from my apartment, taking the stairs 2 at a time, bursting onto the 3rd-floor landing just as the first wisp of gray smoke seeped beneath the Hendersons' door. I pounded on the wood, shouting for them to evacuate. Mr. Henderson opened the door, confused until he saw the smoke and my panic. They fled barefoot into the hallway. I ran to every apartment on the floor, banging on doors, herding confused tenants toward the stairs. I didn't stop until I reached Mrs. Gable's door on the 4th floor. I carried her down the stairs myself, her frail body trembling in my arms, her breath hot and sour against my neck. The fire department arrived 10 minutes later. The fire was contained to the Hendersons' kitchen. No injuries, no fatalities. I sat on the curb across the street, wrapped in a foil blanket a paramedic had given me, watching the firefighters roll up their hoses. Mrs. Gable sat beside me, patting my hand with her gnarled fingers. "You saved us, dear," she whispered. "You knew. How did you know?" I had no answer, but as I sat there watching the sun dip below the rooftops, a new memory surfaced, not of this day's success, but of a previous iteration's failure. Not just one failure, dozens, each with subtle variations. Once I'd arrived 30 seconds too late, and Mrs. Gable's door was already sealed shut by flames. Once the fire had spread to the electrical panel, and the entire stairwell became an inferno. Once I'd tried to warn the Hendersons the night before, and they'd called the police on me for harassment, resulting in my arrest and absence during the actual fire. Each timeline ended the same way. Smoke-filled lungs, the taste of ash, the crushing weight of failure, and beneath those memories, something darker, a memory of a day that hadn't happened yet. Tomorrow. The terrible thing wasn't the fire was just the first test, a warm-up. Tomorrow's event would be larger, more complex, and I would fail again and again and again. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my notebook, trying to map the patterns. How many iterations had there been? Dozens? Hundreds? The memories were layered like sedimentary rock. Older failures buried beneath newer ones, all pressing down on my present consciousness. I tried to remember the first time, the original day before the loop began, but that memory was gone, sanded away by repetition until only the most recent failures remained sharp and vivid. At 6:17 a.m., my alarm chimed. I opened my eyes, and I knew this was not the day after the fire. This was the same day. Again, the fire hadn't broken the cycle. It had merely been an event within it, a fixed point I was doomed to relive until I got it right. But what did right mean? Saving everyone in the building? That seemed insufficient. The dread pooling in my stomach suggested the stakes were higher. I went through the motions with grim determination. I called in sick again. I waited for the premonition of the fire. At 3:14 p.m. it came, the pressure behind my eyes, the certainty of smoke and flame. But this time I didn't run to warn anyone. I stood in my apartment, arms crossed, and waited. At 3:17 p.m., the smoke began to seep beneath my own door. I hadn't warned the Hendersons. The fire had spread unchecked. My apartment filled with acrid black smoke within minutes. I stumbled to the window, coughing violently, my vision tunneling. I remember the heat on my skin, the sound of crackling wood, the terrible, suffocating weight of smoke filling my lungs, and then nothing. I woke at 6:17 a.m. to my alarm's gentle chime. Tears streamed down my face before I even opened my eyes. I had died, and death had not freed me. It had merely reset the day. This time, I tried a different approach. I left the building entirely at 8 a.m., taking the subway downtown, spending the day in a coffee shop with my laptop, deliberately avoiding any action that might influence the fire. At 3:17 p.m., sitting across town surrounded by strangers, I felt it, a distant pressure like a storm front passing miles away. A news alert popped up on my phone. Apartment fire on Cypress Street injures 3, no fatalities. The Hendersons had escaped with minor smoke inhalation. Mrs. Gable had been rescued by firefighters. The building was damaged but standing. I had avoided personal involvement, and the outcome had been acceptable, not perfect, but survivable. Hope flickered in my chest for the first time. I fell asleep in my hotel room that night, the first time I'd slept outside my apartment since the loops began, convinced I had found the solution: distance, non-interference. Let the day unfold without my meddling. I woke at 6:17 a.m. in my own bed. The loop had reset anyway. Despair threatened to swallow me whole. I spent the next 7 iterations in a fugue state, barely moving from my bed, letting the day happen around me. The fire occurred each time with minor variations, but the outcome remained consistent. No deaths, minor injuries, property damage. I was learning the boundaries of the loop. Some events were fixed, like the fire's ignition. Others were malleable, the extent of damage, the number of injuries. But my presence or absence didn't break the cycle. Only the passage of 24 hours did. And each reset brought with it the accumulating weight of previous failures, the memories stacking like corpses in a mass grave. On the 15th iteration, or was it the 50th? The count had become meaningless. I stopped fighting the fire altogether. I used the day to investigate. I knocked on Mrs. Gable's door early that morning under the pretense of borrowing sugar. She answered with her usual warmth, her apartment smelling of lavender and mothballs. We chatted for 20 minutes. I learned she was 84, widowed for 30 years, a retired librarian who still read 2 books a week. She showed me a photograph of her late husband, Arthur. His eyes held a kindness that made my throat tighten. "He died in his sleep," she said softly, tracing the edge of the photograph with a trembling finger. "Just didn't wake up one morning. I like to think he knew it was coming, that he'd had enough days." As I left her apartment, a new premonition struck me, not of fire, but of Mrs. Gable's death. Not in a fire, in her sleep. Tonight, 11:43 p.m., a peaceful passing. No pain, no fear, just the quiet cessation of breath. And with that premonition came the crushing certainty. This was the terrible thing I had been failing to stop. Not the fire, not some dramatic catastrophe. Just the quiet, ordinary death of an old woman who had lived a full life and was ready to go. And my interference, the fire rescues, the forced evacuations, the stress of near-death experiences, was somehow preventing her peaceful passing. Each time I saved her from the fire, I was condemning her to another day of frailty, another night of loneliness, another iteration of suffering. And when I finally let her die in her sleep on iteration 17, the loop reset anyway. I was trapped in a paradox. Saving her caused the loop to continue. Letting her die caused the loop to continue. There was no winning condition, only repetition. I began to experiment with more extreme variables. On iteration 23, I left the city entirely, taking a bus to a town 3 hours away. I spent the day walking forest trails, deliberately severing all connection to my normal life. At 6:17 p.m., sitting on a park bench watching sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple, I felt the familiar pressure behind my eyes. Not a premonition of fire or death, but of reset. The world didn't fade to black. It simply stuttered like a film reel skipping frames. For 3 heartbeats, I existed in 2 places at once, on the park bench and in my bed, the alarm chiming in my ears. Then the bench vanished, and I was back in my apartment, the digital clock reading 6:17 a.m. Distance meant nothing. The loop wasn't tied to location. It was tied to me. On iteration 38, I tried to document everything. I filled 3 notebooks with meticulous accounts of each day's variations, creating flowcharts of cause and effect, timelines of interventions and outcomes. I was searching for the invariant, the one element that remained constant across every iteration, the linchpin holding the loop together. By iteration 42, I had my answer. Me, not my actions, not my choices, my awareness. The moment I woke at 6:17 a.m. with the memory of previous iterations intact, that was the trigger. The loop wasn't resetting because of external events. It was resetting because I remembered. My consciousness was the anchor point. As long as I carried the accumulated weight of previous days into the new one, the cycle would continue. The only way out was to forget, to wake up truly fresh with no memory of the loops and live the day as if for the first time. But how do you make yourself forget? How do you erase memories that feel more real than your present reality? I spent iterations 43 through 57 researching methods of memory suppression. Drugs, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, electroconvulsive therapy. I couldn't implement most of them within a single day, but I experimented with what I could. Sleep deprivation to fragment memory consolidation, alcohol to blur the edges of recollection, meditation to empty my mind of accumulated trauma. Nothing worked. I always woke at 6:17 a.m. with the full weight of previous days pressing down on me. On iteration 64, I tried something different. I didn't fight the memories. I embraced them. I sat in my apartment all day doing nothing but remembering every iteration, every failure, every variation, until the memories blurred together into a single, continuous experience. I stopped counting days. I stopped distinguishing one iteration from another. I simply existed in the totality of the loop, a consciousness stretched across infinite repetitions of the same 24 hours. At 11:59 p.m., as the day bled into night, I felt a shift, not a reset, a thinning. The boundaries between iterations grew porous. I could feel other versions of myself moving through their own days, some running toward fires, some sitting in despair, some trying to flee the city. We were all me, all living the same day, all failing in our own ways. And in that moment of expanded awareness, I saw it, the source of the loop, not a cosmic punishment, not a glitch in reality, a choice, my choice, made on the original day, the day before the loops began. A choice so terrible, I had fractured my own consciousness to avoid living with its consequences. The loops weren't a prison. They were an escape, a desperate subconscious attempt to outrun a single moment of irreversible action by reliving the day leading up to it, hoping each time to find a path that avoided the choice altogether. But there was no avoiding it. The choice was fixed, inevitable, like the fire's ignition, and until I faced it, until I allowed myself to reach the moment of choice and make it, consequences and all, the loops would continue. I stopped resisting. I stopped trying to break the cycle. I simply lived each day with the quiet understanding that I was approaching the moment of truth. I saved Mrs. Gable from the fire when instinct moved me too. I let her die in her sleep when that felt right. I walked the city streets. I sat in silence. I ate the same meals. I wore the same clothes. I became a student of the day, learning its rhythms until I could navigate it with the unconscious grace of a native. And I waited. On what might have been the 100th iteration or the 1,000th, the count had long since lost meaning, I woke at 6:17 a.m. with a new clarity. The accumulated memories hadn't vanished, but they had settled into a kind of harmony, no longer screaming for attention, but humming softly in the background like a familiar song. I moved through the day with a calm I hadn't felt since the loops began. I made coffee. I showered. I dressed in clean clothes. At 3:17 p.m., I stood on the third-floor landing as smoke seeped beneath the Hendersons' door. But I didn't pound on it. I simply waited until they emerged on their own, coughing and confused, then guided them calmly toward the stairs. I climbed to the 4th floor and sat with Mrs. Gable as the firefighters worked below, holding her hand as she trembled with fear. When they pronounced the building safe at 5 p.m., I walked her back to her apartment and made her tea. At 7 p.m., I returned to my own apartment. The air still smelled of smoke. Soot stained the windowsills. I cleaned what I could, then sat at my desk with a fresh notebook. I wrote a single sentence at the top of the first page. Today is the day I stopped running. At 9 p.m., I left my apartment and walked to the subway. I rode 3 stops to the financial district, then walked 10 blocks to a nondescript office building with mirrored windows reflecting the city lights. I took the elevator to the 14th floor. A security guard nodded as I passed. My key card still worked. Some things remained constant across iterations. I walked down a silent hallway to office 1417, my office. Or rather, the office I had occupied on the original day. I sat at the desk, turned on the computer, logged into the system with my password, unchanged across every iteration, and I opened the file, the one I had created on the original day, the one I had been avoiding for countless repetitions. It was a transfer authorization, $37 million from my employer's escrow account to an offshore shell corporation. The paperwork was flawless. Forged signatures, manipulated timestamps, digital trails leading nowhere. I had spent 6 months building this scheme, 6 months of late nights, of sacrificed weekends, of moral compromises that started small and grew until I barely recognized the man staring back at me in the mirror. I had justified it to myself. I was underpaid, undervalued. The company made billions while I struggled to pay my rent. It was victimless. The money would never be missed, but it wasn't victimless. I knew that now. The offshore corporation was a front for a human trafficking ring. I had discovered this 3 days before the transfer date, the original day. But by then it was too late to back out without triggering an audit that would expose everything. I had a choice: complete the transfer and become complicit in unspeakable suffering, or cancel it and face prison for the fraud I'd already committed. On the original day, I had completed the transfer, and in the moment my finger pressed execute, something in me had broken. My consciousness had fractured, splintering backward through time to the morning of that day, determined to find a path that avoided the choice. But there was no path. The fraud was already committed. The machinery was already in motion. The only variable was my final action: execute or cancel. And I had been too cowardly to face either consequence, so I had trapped myself in an endless rehearsal of the day leading up to the moment of choice. I sat at the desk now, the cursor blinking beside the execute button. My hand didn't tremble. My breath was steady. I had lived this moment countless times in my mind. I had felt the weight of both choices, and I finally understood. The loops weren't punishment for what I had done. They were mercy, a chance to build the courage I had lacked on the original day. I moved the cursor to cancel, and I clicked. The screen froze for 3 seconds. Then an error message appeared. Transaction cannot be reversed. Funds already transferred. Of course, the transfer had occurred at 9:03 p.m. on the original day. I was already 3 minutes too late. The choice had already been made. The loops hadn't been giving me a chance to change the past. They had been giving me a chance to accept it. I didn't fight it. I didn't rage against the machine. I simply sat there watching the error message blink on the screen and let the truth settle into my bones. I had done this thing. I had enabled suffering on a scale I couldn't comprehend, and no amount of temporal gymnastics could undo it. The only path forward was through. I stood up, walked out of the office, took the elevator to the ground floor, stepped out into the cool night air. And I didn't wake up at 6:17 a.m. I woke at 7:02 a.m. to sunlight, streaming through my bedroom window. My alarm hadn't gone off. The digital clock on my nightstand read Wednesday, October 26th, the day after. I sat up slowly, my body heavy with a fatigue that felt earned rather than imposed. I walked to the window and looked out at the city waking below. Ordinary, unrepeating. The weight in my chest was still there, the grief, the guilt, the crushing awareness of what I had done, but it was no longer compounded by the ghost memories of infinite failures. It was just my grief, my guilt, my single, irreversible choice. I made coffee. I showered. I dressed for work. At 8:45 a.m., I walked to the police station 3 blocks from my apartment. I didn't have an appointment. I simply walked up to the front desk and said, "I need to confess to a crime." The detective who took my statement was a woman in her 50s with tired eyes and a voice that had heard too many confessions. I told her everything: the fraud, the transfer, the discovery of the trafficking ring, the months of loops I had endured, not as proof of my sanity, but as context for my breakdown. She didn't laugh. She didn't call for a psychiatric evaluation. She simply took notes, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she closed her notebook and looked at me for a long time. "Why come forward now?" she asked. "You could have run, disappeared. The money's untraceable." I thought about the loops, about Mrs. Gable's gentle hands, about the fire I had fought so many times to contain, about the terrible freedom of a single, linear day. "Because some things," I said softly, "you can't outrun, no matter how many times you try." They led me away in handcuffs at 10:17 a.m. As I sat in the back of the squad car watching the city flow past the window, I felt something I hadn't felt in countless iterations of that single day. Peace, not absolution, not forgiveness. Just the quiet, unshakable certainty that this was my life now. This moment, this consequence, no resets, no do-overs, just the slow, painful work of living with what I had done. And as the car turned a corner onto Cypress Street, I saw her, Mrs. Gable, standing on the sidewalk outside our building, wrapped in a shawl against the morning chill. She looked up as the car passed. Our eyes met for a single heartbeat, and she smiled. Not a smile of recognition, not a smile of farewell, just a small, gentle smile offered to a stranger in a police car on an ordinary Wednesday morning. I smiled back, and for the first time since the loops began, I knew with absolute certainty that tomorrow would be a new day. Not a repetition, not a punishment, just a day, with all its ordinary horrors and quiet mercies, and I would meet it not as a veteran of infinite failures, but as a man learning, slowly and painfully, how to carry the weight of a single, terrible choice, and keep walking anyway. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. My journal entries are being written in my handwriting while I sleep. I bought the journal on a Tuesday afternoon at a dusty bookstore tucked between a laundromat and a pawn shop. It wasn't on any list of things I needed. My life was already overflowing with obligations I couldn't meet. But something about the object called to me. The cover was worn leather, the color of dried blood, unadorned except for a single brass clasp that clicked shut with satisfying finality. The pages inside were thick, cream-colored paper with faint blue lines, the kind that begged for ink rather than ballpoint. I paid $12 for it and carried it home in a paper bag, feeling faintly ridiculous for purchasing a physical journal in 2026. But my therapist had suggested it. Write 3 things you're grateful for each night before bed. It retrains the brain's negativity bias. Dr. Chen had no idea I'd been lying to her for months about actually doing the exercises. This journal, I told myself, would be different. This one I would use. That first night, I sat at my small kitchen table after washing the dinner dishes. The apartment was quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant wail of a siren fading down the street. I uncapped my fountain pen, a gift from my father I'd never used, and wrote the date at the top of the first page, October 12th. Beneath it, I wrote 3 bullet points with painstaking slowness, my handwriting awkward and self-conscious. The barista remembered my order without asking sunlight through the window for 20 minutes this afternoon. The new journal feels nice to hold. I reread the entries. They felt trivial, performative. But I snapped the journal shut anyway, placed it on the shelf beside my bed, and went to sleep. I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of rain against the window. Not unusual for October. What was unusual was the weight on my chest, a pressure both physical and psychic, as if something had been sitting on me moments before I opened my eyes. The room was dark except for the green glow of my alarm clock. I lay there listening to the rain, waiting for my heart rate to slow. That's when I noticed it. The journal was no longer on the shelf. It lay open on my nightstand, precisely centered beside the lamp. I sat up slowly, my breath catching. I never left books open. It was a superstition I'd carried since childhood, the vulnerability of exposed pages, the invitation to dust or worse. I reached for the journal with trembling fingers and lifted it into the faint light from the street lamp filtering through the blinds. The page was no longer blank after my 3 bullet points. Beneath them, in handwriting that was unmistakably mine, same slant, same pressure on the downstrokes, same tendency to dot my I's with small circles rather than straight lines, were 3 additional entries, dated October 12th, written in my hand, but I had not written them. The man in 4B watches me through his peephole when I check my mail. You shouldn't have trusted him with the key. The walls are thinner than you think. I dropped the journal as if burned. It landed on the duvet with a soft thud. My hand shook as I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight and aiming it at the page. I examined the ink. Same blue-black as my fountain pen, same slight bleed into the paper fibers where I pressed too hard. I compared the new entries to my original 3. The handwriting was identical down to the microscopic quirks. The tiny hook at the end of my Y's, the way I crossed my T's with a single swift stroke from left to right. I checked the fountain pen on my desk. The cap was off. I never left it uncapped. The nib was damp. I spent the rest of the night on the couch with all the lights on, the journal locked in the kitchen cabinet. When dawn broke, I called in sick to work. I spent the morning examining the journal under magnification, comparing letter forms with samples of my handwriting from old birthday cards and work notes. There were no discrepancies, no tremors that might indicate forgery, no inconsistencies in ink flow. Whoever had written those 3 additional entries had done so with my hand, my muscles, my neural pathways guiding the pen. But I had no memory of it. None. I considered rational explanations. Sleepwalking. I'd done it as a child, according to my mother, though I'd outgrown it by 10. Could it return in adulthood? I researched for hours. Sleep-related dissociative disorders, automatic writing during hypnagogic states, fugue states triggered by stress. Nothing perfectly fit. Sleepwalkers didn't typically perform fine motor tasks requiring the precision of handwriting. They didn't compose coherent, psychologically probing statements. That evening, I set up my phone on a tripod aimed at the nightstand. I placed the journal open to a fresh page, the fountain pen beside it. I set the camera to record continuously through the night. I took a sleeping pill, a stronger one than usual, and went to bed, determined to sleep through whatever happened. I woke at 6:03 a.m. to my alarm. The first thing I did was check the phone. The recording showed 8 hours of darkness punctuated by the green glow of my alarm clock at 3:17 a.m. At 3:18 a.m., the darkness shifted, a faint shape moving at the edge of the frame. At 3:19 a.m., a hand entered the frame from the left side of the bed. My hand, pale in the low light, wearing the silver ring on my right middle finger, I never removed. The hand picked up the pen. It wrote for exactly 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Then it set the pen down, closed the journal with deliberate care, and retreated into darkness. At 3:24 a.m., the shape on the bed shifted, the unmistakable form of a person lying down. I played the video 3 times. My stomach churned. I was watching myself commit an act I had no memory of performing. Not a dream, not a hallucination. A documented physical action executed by my body while my consciousness was absent. I opened the journal with numb fingers. October 13th. You watched the recording. I know you did. The sleeping pill didn't work. I just waited until your breathing deepened. He's coming back tonight. You should leave. The third entry made no sense. No one was coming to my apartment. I lived alone. I had no visitors scheduled. I'd told no one I was homesick today, yet the entry stated it as fact. I spent the day in a state of hypervigilance. Every creak of the building made me jump. I checked the locks on my door and windows repeatedly. At 7 p.m., there was a knock. I froze in the middle of my living room, my blood turning to ice. 3 sharp raps. Deliberate, not the hesitant knock of a neighbor or delivery person. "Hello?" A man's voice called through the door. "Maintenance. Got a report of a leak in 4A. I didn't have a leak. I hadn't called maintenance. My building's maintenance man was a woman named Rosa, who always texted before coming by. "Who is this?" I called, my voice tighter than I intended. "Just maintenance," the voice said. A pause. "Your neighbor in 4B said he heard dripping." My skin prickled. The second journal entry from last night. The man in 4B watches me through his peephole when I check my mail. I dismissed it as paranoia, but 4B was Mr. Holloway, a reclusive man in his 70s I'd exchanged maybe 10 words with in 2 years of living here. Why would he tell maintenance I had a leak? "Rosa handles maintenance," I said. "I'll call her tomorrow." A longer pause. Then, "Rosa is out sick. I'm filling in." Another pause. "You sound scared. You shouldn't be scared." I didn't answer. I stood perfectly still, barely breathing. After a full minute of silence, I heard retreating footsteps. I waited 10 more minutes before peering through the peephole. The hallway was empty. I called a building manager. Rosa was indeed out sick with the flu. But no substitute had been sent to my apartment. No leak had been reported. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my armchair facing the door, a heavy flashlight in my lap, the journal open on the coffee table. At 3:17 a.m., my eyelids grew heavy, despite my exhaustion. The sleeping pill from the previous night must have lingered in my system. I fought it, pinching my forearm until tears sprang to my eyes. But sleep pulled me under like a riptide. I woke at 4:02 a.m., slumped in the chair, drool drying on my chin. The journal lay closed on the table. My fountain pen was on the floor beside my chair. With trembling hands, I opened the journal. October 14th. You fell asleep in the chair. I had to carry you to bed. He came back at 2:30 a.m. Tried the knob. It was locked. You need to read what's under the floorboard in the closet, the loose one near the back wall. I'm trying to protect you. Why won't you trust me? I stared at the entries until the words blurred. I had to carry you to bed. I weighed 165 pounds. Sleepwalking me couldn't have carried conscious me, and the floorboard, there was indeed a loose floorboard in my closet. I'd noticed it when moving in, but never investigated, never pried it up. I went to the closet immediately. My hands shook as I pushed aside hanging clothes and dropped to my knees. The floorboard was near the back wall, partially hidden by a stack of shoe boxes. I pried at the edge with my fingernails until it lifted with a soft groan of protest. Beneath it lay a small metal box, the kind used for storing photographs or jewelry. I'd never seen it before. I never owned such a box. Inside were 3 items. A key I didn't recognize, brass, old-fashioned, with an intricate bow. A folded photograph of a man I'd never seen before, late 20s, dark hair, standing beside a motorcycle with an easy smile. On the back, in my handwriting, Daniel, July 2019. And a single sheet of paper covered in my handwriting. Pages and pages of it, crammed into the small space, not journal entries, a confession. I let him into the apartment because I trusted him. I shouldn't have. He'd been watching me for weeks. I see that now, the way he lingered in the hallway, the way his eyes tracked my movements. But I was lonely, so lonely, and he was kind. He brought me coffee that first morning, remembered how I took it. 2 sugars. I didn't hear him come back that night. I was asleep. I woke to pressure on my chest, his hands around my throat, not tight enough to kill, just tight enough to control. He whispered things about how pretty I looked when I struggled, about how no one would miss me. I fought. I always forget that part. I fought harder than he expected, my knee connected with his groin. He gasped. His grip loosened for half a second. That's all I needed. I rolled, grabbed the lamp from the nightstand, brought it down on his temple, once, twice. The ceramic base shattered. He went limp. I didn't kill him. I checked his pulse. Faint, but there. I dragged him to the fire escape, my arms screaming with the effort. I left him there. Called an anonymous tip to the police from a payphone 6 blocks away. Said I'd heard a struggle. By the time they arrived, he was gone. Crawled away into the night. I never told anyone, not the police, not my therapist. I buried it so deep, even I forgot. But my body remembered. My hands remembered the weight of the lamp. My throat remembered the pressure. And now he's back. I saw him yesterday, standing across the street, watching the building. He found me. I can't go to the police now. Too much time has passed. They'll think I'm making it up, or worse, they'll believe me and ask why I didn't report it then. I'd lose everything, so I'll handle it myself. Tonight, when he comes back, the key is for the storage unit downtown, box 447. The gun is inside. I bought it after that night, kept it hidden, just in case. I have to protect us, both of us. The final line was underlined twice. I have to protect us, both of us. I dropped the paper as if it had burned me. None of this had happened. I'd never been attacked in my apartment. I'd never struck a man with a lamp. I'd never owned a gun. I'd never rented a storage unit. These were delusions, psychotic breaks manifesting as elaborate false memories written in my own hand during fugue states. But the photograph, I picked it up again. Daniel, July 2019. I searched my memory for any Daniel from that time period. Nothing. I'd been with my ex-boyfriend, Mark, until August 2019. No Daniel, no motorcycle. I spent the day in a daze, calling in sick again. I avoided the closet, avoided the journal. At 3 p.m., my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something compelled me. Hello? A man's voice, rough with age but calm. Is this the tenant in 4A? Yes, who is this? Building security. We have you on camera from last night. You were on the fire escape around 2:45 a.m. carrying what appeared to be a heavy object. Can you explain what you were doing? My blood ran cold. I wasn't on the fire escape. I was asleep. There's footage, the man said flatly, clear as day. You emerged from your window, descended to the second-floor landing, placed something wrapped in a dark cloth behind the dumpster, then returned to your apartment. We need you to come down to the office and explain. I didn't do that, I whispered, my throat tight. I was asleep. Then you might want to check your fire escape, he said, and hung up. I went to the window immediately, throwing it open despite the chill October air. I leaned out, heart hammering, and looked down at the iron railing and stairs of the fire escape. Tucked between the second-floor landing and the brick wall was a dark shape, a bundle wrapped in what looked like one of my black sweaters. I didn't go down to retrieve it. I called the police instead. When they arrived 20 minutes later, a young officer with tired eyes, they retrieved the bundle without comment. Inside the sweater was a ceramic lamp base, cracked and stained with something dark that flaked away when the officer touched it. Not blood, too old, but unmistakably the remnants of violence. The officer looked at me, his expression unreadable. This yours? I think so. It's from my bedroom set. But I didn't put it there, I swear. He took my statement, asked if I'd had any recent threats, any reason someone might want to frame me. I almost told him about the journal, about the handwriting, about the confession under the floorboard. But I stopped myself. They'd have me committed before the words left my mouth. After they left, I sat on my couch in the gathering dark, the journal open on my lap to a fresh page. I hadn't written anything today. I was afraid to. But as 3:17 a.m. approached, a compulsion grew in my hands, a tingling in my fingers, a restlessness in my wrists. I fought it, clenching my fists until my nails bit into my palms. But at 3:16 a.m., my body moved without my consent. I stood, walked to the desk, uncapped the fountain pen, and sat before the journal. My hand lifted the pen. My fingers curled around it with familiar precision, And I wrote, watching my own hand move as if observing a stranger. October 15th. They found the lamp. Good. Now you believe me. He's coming tonight. I can feel it. 11 p.m. He always comes at 11 p.m. The storage unit key is in the cookie jar. The gun is loaded. 2 bullets. That's all you'll need. Don't be afraid. I'll be with you. We'll do it together this time. Remember, you're not alone. You haven't been alone since that night. I stayed to protect you. I'll always protect you. The pen set down. My hand retreated to my lap. I sat there for an hour, staring at the words, my mind fracturing along a fault line I hadn't known existed. At 10:45 p.m., I found myself standing in the kitchen, my hand reaching into the cookie jar. My fingers closed around cold brass, the key. At 10:55 p.m., I was standing at my apartment door, key in hand, coat on, the journal tucked into my back pocket. At 10:59 p.m., I was unlocking the door to storage unit 447 downtown, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Inside the unit, beneath a dusty tarp, was a metal lockbox. The key fit perfectly. Inside the lockbox lay a small handgun and a single box of ammunition. And beneath the gun, a photograph of me, sleeping in my bed, taken from outside my window, dated 3 nights ago. I didn't remember buying the gun, didn't remember renting the storage unit, but my fingerprints would be on the weapon, my signature on the rental agreement. My body had done these things while my mind slept, while another consciousness wearing my skin had made arrangements. I returned to my apartment at 11:07 p.m., the gun heavy in my coat pocket. The hallway was empty, silent. I unlocked my door and stepped inside, flipping on the light. He was sitting in my armchair. Not an intruder, not a stranger, a man in his late 20s with dark hair and an easy smile that didn't reach his eyes. He held a motorcycle helmet in his lap. He looked exactly like the man in the photograph. Daniel. "Hello?" he said softly. "I've been waiting." I froze, my hand instinctively moving toward my coat pocket, toward the gun. "Don't," he said, not unkindly. "You won't need that. Not tonight." "Who are you?" My voice was a whisper. He smiled sadly. "You really don't remember, do you?" "Not any of it." "I remember what my journal says. I don't know if it's true." "The journal isn't lying," he said, "but it's not telling the whole truth either. Your other self, it only knows what it needs to know to keep you safe. It filters the memories, protects you from the worst parts." "What worst parts?" He set the helmet on the floor and leaned forward. "You didn't hit me with a lamp that night. I never attacked you. You invited me in. We'd been seeing each other for 3 months. You were in love with me, I was in love with you, and then you found the messages on my phone, to my wife, to my daughter. The room tilted. None of this matched the journal. None of it matched the confession under the floorboard. You confronted me," he continued, his voice gentle. "You were so angry. You grabbed the lamp. I tried to stop you. We struggled. The lamp slipped from your hands. It didn't hit me, it hit you. The base struck your temple. You fell. You were unconscious for nearly an hour." Tears welled in my eyes. "That's not what happened." "It is," he said. "When you woke up, something had fractured, not just physically, mentally. You looked at me and didn't recognize me. You called me a stranger. You said I'd tried to hurt you. You were terrified. I tried to explain, but you screamed. I left. I thought you'd remember in the morning, but you never did." He reached into his jacket pocket slowly, pulling out a folded document, a medical report. He handed it to me. I read it with trembling hands. Patient, presented with concussion, temporal lobe contusion. MRI indicates possible dissociative identity formation as protective response to psychological trauma compounded by physical injury. Recommend psychiatric evaluation and close monitoring. Patient exhibits no memory of events preceding injury. Fabricated narrative of home invasion consistent with dissociative coping mechanism. Asterisk. The date on the report, July 18th, 2019, 3 days after the date on the photograph. "You created her that night," Daniel said softly. "The one who writes in your journal. She's not a ghost. She's not an intruder. She's the part of you that remembers what happened. The part that couldn't bear to live with the truth, that you'd nearly killed the man you loved in a fit of rage, that your relationship was built on lies, that you'd lost everything in a single moment of violence. So she buried it. She built a new story. Oh, safer story. And she's been protecting you from the truth ever since." I sank to the floor, the gun forgotten in my pocket. The journal felt like a lead weight against my spine. "Why are you here now?" I whispered. "Because she's getting stronger," he said. "The journal entries, they started 6 months ago, didn't they? After your mother died. After you stopped taking your medication, the stress fractured the walls between you. She's been trying to warn you, to prepare you, because she knows the truth is coming back, and she's afraid of what will happen when you remember." He stood up slowly, carefully. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you, both of you, but you have to make a choice tonight. You can keep living in her story, the story of the victim, the attacked, the innocent. Or you can remember who you really are. The choice has to be yours, not hers." He walked to the door and opened it. He paused on the threshold, looking back at me with eyes full of a sorrow so deep it seemed to emanate from his bones. "The gun isn't loaded," he said softly. "She checked it herself last week. She would never let you hurt anyone again, not even yourself." Then he was gone. I sat on the floor for a long time after he left. The apartment was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator. The green glow of the alarm clock read 11:47 p.m. Slowly, I pulled the journal from my back pocket. I opened it to a fresh page. My hand lifted the fountain pen without my conscious command, but this time I didn't fight it. I let my fingers curl around the pen. I let my hand move across the page, but the words that appeared were not hers. They were mine. October 15th. I remember now. I remember the lamp slipping from my hands. I remember the sickening crack as it struck my own skull. I remember waking up terrified of the man I loved. I remember building a new story to survive. I remember creating her to carry the shame I couldn't bear. She wasn't protecting me from him. She was protecting me from me. And I let her. For 7 years, I let her write my life while I slept through the truth. But I'm awake now, and I'm so sorry. The pen set down. My hand lay still on the page, and for the first time in 7 years, I felt no compulsion to write, no pressure behind my eyes, no tingling in my fingers demanding expression. She was gone, not banished, not destroyed, simply integrated. The walls between us had dissolved, not with violence, but with truth. And in that dissolution, I felt not wholeness, but a profound and devastating grief for the years I'd sleepwalked through my own life, for the love I'd destroyed and then forgotten, for the other self who had shouldered my shame with such fierce, misguided loyalty. I closed the journal. The brass clasp clicked shut with finality. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the window, watching the city lights fade as dawn approached. At 6:03 a.m., my alarm rang. I turned it off. I made coffee. I showered. I dressed for work. And on my way out the door, I paused beside the bookshelf. I picked up the journal one last time. I didn't open it. I simply held its weight in my hands, the weight of 7 years of dreams, of warnings, of protection born from fracture. Then I placed it gently in the trash can by the door. Some truths are too heavy to carry forward. Some selves must be laid to rest, not with ceremony, but with silence. And as I walked down the hallway toward the elevator, my keys jingling in my hand, I understood the final, terrible mercy of dissociation. It doesn't protect you from pain, it merely postpones it, and the interest accrued over 7 years of sleep is a debt paid not in currency but in the quiet, unblinking recognition of who you have always been, both the victim and the perpetrator, both the wounded and the wound, both the hand that writes and the hand that erases, forever bound in the fragile, unbreakable architecture of a single, shattered soul, learning, at last, how to hold itself together. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. Every stranger I pass on the street is humming the exact same melody I dreamed last night. I moved into the apartment on Cypress Street because it was quiet. Not just quiet in the way city apartments pretend to be with double-paned windows and thick walls, but genuinely, unnervingly quiet. The building stood at the edge of a forgotten neighborhood where the city's hum faded into the whisper of wind through vacant lots. My unit was on the 3rd floor, a one-bedroom with hardwood floors worn smooth by decades of footsteps, tall windows that looked out onto a narrow alley choked with ivy, and a single peculiarity the landlord mentioned almost as an afterthought. The previous tenant had been a composer. "Left in a hurry," Mr. Gable had said, handing me the key. Said the silence here was too loud for him, never did understand that one. He'd chuckled, but his eyes had darted toward the ceiling as if listening for something. The first night, I slept deeply, no dreams I could recall, just the heavy, dreamless void of exhaustion after a day spent hauling boxes up 3 flights of stairs. The second night, the dreams began. I dreamed of a melody, not a song with lyrics or a recognizable tune from any genre I knew, just a sequence of notes, 7 distinct tones that repeated with subtle variations like a question asked and rephrased but never answered. The melody existed in a space without instruments. It simply was, hanging in the darkness behind my eyelids. It felt ancient, not old in years, but ancient in the way certain geometries feel ancient, fundamental, inevitable, as if it had always existed waiting to be discovered. I woke at 4:33 a.m. with the notes echoing in my skull, my fingers twitching against the sheets as if trying to pluck them from the air. I lay there until dawn, the melody looping in my mind, unable to shake it. I chalked it up to stress, the move, the new job starting Monday, the strange quiet of the apartment pressing in on me. I made coffee, showered, and headed out to explore the neighborhood, hoping fresh air would clear my head. I stepped onto the sidewalk and nearly collided with a woman in a gray coat walking briskly in the opposite direction. She sidestepped me with a murmured apology, and as she passed, I heard it, a soft humming beneath her breath. 3 notes, the first 3 notes of my dream melody. I froze mid-stride. Coincidence? Of course it was coincidence. 7-note sequences weren't that rare, but the specificity of it, the exact pitch, the precise interval between notes lodged in my chest like a shard of ice. I turned to watch her recede down the street, but she was already turning a corner, her humming swallowed by distance. Shaken, I continued my walk. 2 blocks later, an elderly man sat on a bus bench, his gnarled hands resting on a cane. His lips moved silently at first, then parted slightly, and the next 4 notes of the melody drifted toward me on the morning air. Not the first 4. The I, 4th through 7th, as if he'd picked up precisely where the woman had left off. My breath hitched. I stopped walking. The man glanced up, his eyes milky with cataracts, and offered a faint smile before returning to his humming. I stood there for a full minute, my heart hammering against my ribs, until a delivery truck rumbled past and broke the spell. I forced myself to keep moving, telling myself I was imagining things. Sleep deprivation, auditory pareidolia, the brain finding patterns in randomness. But at the corner store, the cashier, a young woman with tired eyes and a name tag reading Jasmine, was humming as she scanned my bottle of water. All 7 notes, perfectly, in sequence. She caught me staring, and her humming stopped abruptly. "Something wrong?" she asked, her voice flat. "No," I managed. "Just, you were humming. I know that tune." Her expression didn't change. "What tune?" "The one you were just humming." She blinked slowly. I wasn't humming anything. I paid and left without another word, my hands trembling as I gripped the plastic bottle. Outside, the morning sun felt cold on my skin. I stood on the sidewalk and simply watched people pass. A man in a suit talking on his phone, humming the first 2 notes between sentences. A teenager with earbuds dangling around his neck, lips moving to notes 3 and 4. A mother pushing a stroller, her baby gurgling a perfect 5th note that shouldn't have been possible for an infant's vocal cords to produce. They weren't all humming it at once, not in unison, but each person I passed contributed a fragment, sometimes overlapping, sometimes sequential. Never the full melody from a single person except for the cashier. And none of them seemed aware they were doing it. When I stared too long, they'd glance at me with mild annoyance or confusion, but their humming never faltered. It was as natural to them as breathing. I spent the rest of the day inside my apartment with the windows closed, the television on to drown out the silence, but the melody had taken root in my mind. I couldn't stop mentally replaying it. By evening, I found myself absent-mindedly tapping the rhythm on my knee. I caught myself and jerked my hand away as if burned. That night, I dreamed a melody again, but this time it wasn't just sound. As the 7 notes unfolded in the darkness, images flickered behind them. A narrow staircase descending into earth, a door with no handle, a room with walls that seemed to breathe, and a presence, not hostile, not benevolent, simply aware, observing me as I observed the dream. When I woke at 4:33 a.m., my throat was dry, my sheets damp with sweat, and the melody was no longer just in my head. It was in the room, faint as if coming from the apartment below or the alley outside, but unmistakable. I didn't leave my apartment the next day. I called in sick to my new job. Embarrassing, but necessary. I spent hours researching mass hysteria, shared auditory hallucinations, infrasound causing perceptual disturbances. I found nothing that explained why strangers on a city street would unconsciously hum a melody that existed only in my dream. Nothing that explained why the dream itself felt less like a creation of my mind and more like a transmission. On the fourth night, the dream changed. I stood at the top of the staircase I'd glimpsed before. Stone steps worn concave by time descended into absolute blackness. The melody played not around me but from below, emanating from the darkness itself. I felt compelled to descend. Each step I took was accompanied by a deepening of the sound, a richness added to the notes as if moving closer to their source. At the bottom, the breathing walls resolved into reality, not walls at all, but membranes, vast, translucent membranes stretched between stone pillars, pulsing gently with a slow rhythmic contraction, and within each membrane, suspended in amber fluid, was a human form. Dozens of them, hundreds, their eyes closed, their mouths slightly open, and from each mouth drifted one note of the melody. Together, they created the whole. I approached the nearest membrane. The face within was familiar, not someone I knew, but a face I recognized from my walk 2 days prior. The elderly man from the bus bench. His chest rose and fell in time with the membrane's pulse. He was alive, preserved, contributing his single note to the chorus. A voice spoke, not in words, but in meaning that bloomed directly in my consciousness. You are the conductor. You dreamed the score. They sing it into the world. Asterisk, I woke screaming. Sunlight streamed through my windows. 9:17 a.m. I was drenched in sweat, my throat raw from the scream I couldn't remember voicing. And through the open window, I'd thrown it open in my sleep. The melody drifted up from the street below. Clearer now, stronger, not fragments from passing strangers, but the full 7-note sequence, repeated over and over by what sounded like dozens of voices humming in loose unison. I stumbled to the window and looked down. The street was full of people, not the usual sparse morning foot traffic. A crowd, hundreds of them standing shoulder to shoulder on the sidewalks, spilling into the street where cars sat abandoned, engines off. They weren't moving, they weren't speaking, they were simply standing, faces tilted upward toward my window, lips parted, humming. All of them, every single person, the same 7 notes, over and over, a chorus of strangers bound together by a melody that had originated in my skull, and they were all looking at me. I jerked back from the window, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. I pressed my palms against my eyes until stars bloomed behind my lids. When I looked again, the street was empty. Just a few cars passing normally, a woman walking a dog, a delivery van double parked. No crowd, no humming, just an ordinary Tuesday morning. I spent the next 3 days in a state of hypervigilance. I ventured out only for essentials, keeping my head down, avoiding eye contact. And the humming continued, not the full chorus I'd witnessed or imagined, but the fragments. Always the fragments, each stranger contributing their piece. I began testing it. I'd walk the same block repeatedly, counting the notes each person emitted. The woman in the gray coat always gave me notes 1 and 2. The bus bench man, notes 3 through 5. The cashier at the corner store, the full sequence. It was consistent, reproducible, not random. On the seventh night, I stopped fighting the dream. I lay in bed as 4:33 a.m. approached, my body tense with anticipation. When sleep took me, I descended the staircase willingly. The chamber of membranes awaited me. The forms within were more numerous now. I recognized faces from my neighborhood, from my commute, even a barista from a coffee shop I'd visited only once. They hummed their notes, their bodies pulsing in time with the membranes that held them, and in the center of the chamber stood a single empty membrane stretched taut and waiting. The voice came again. The score requires a conductor, but conductors grow weary. They require rest. When one rests, another must take their place. You have been chosen. Why me? I asked aloud in the dream, my voice swallowed by the humming. You listened. Most dream the melody and forget upon waking. You remembered. You sought its source. Attention is a form of invitation. I woke not with a start, but with a slow dawning of horror, because I understood now the melody wasn't haunting me, I was haunting it. My attention, my conscious focus on the dream had forged a connection, and the connection required maintenance, required a mind to hold the pattern, to dream the score that kept the chorus singing, kept the membranes pulsing, kept whatever existed in that chamber sustained. I didn't sleep the following night. I drank coffee until my hands shook. I paced my apartment until my feet ached. At 4:30 a.m., exhaustion finally dragged me under. I dreamed of the staircase, but this time I wasn't descending. I was being pulled. An invisible force tugged at my chest, dragging me down the steps against my will. The humming grew deafening. No longer 7 notes, but a cacophony of every possible variation, every permutation of the melody layered atop itself, until it became a physical pressure against my eardrums. The membranes in the chamber glowed with a sickly light, the faces within straining toward me, their mouths open wider now, their single notes stretching into dissonant shrieks. The empty membrane pulsed hungrily. I woke at 4:33 a.m. screaming again, but this time, when I opened my eyes, the screaming didn't stop. It was coming from outside, from the street. I crawled to the window on hands and knees. The crowd was back, larger this time. Thousands of people packed into the streets, onto fire escapes, onto rooftops as far as I could see. Their faces were turned upward, their mouths open, not in humming now, but in silent screams that somehow produced sound, a distorted, agonized version of the melody, each note stretched and broken. Their eyes were open, wide, terrified. They weren't participants anymore. They were prisoners. And they were looking at me not with reverence, but with accusation. One woman on the sidewalk directly below raised a trembling hand and pointed at me. Her mouth formed a single word I could read even from 3 stories up. Help. I stumbled back from the window, my mind fracturing under the weight of what I was witnessing. This wasn't a haunting. It was a symbiosis gone parasitic. My dreaming mind was the engine powering this thing, and it was consuming them to sustain itself, consuming me to sustain itself. I had to break the connection. I spent the day in a frenzy of research. Sleep deprivation techniques, lucid dreaming, methods to gain control within the dream, anything to sever the link. I found an obscure forum post from a user named Dream Drifter, describing a similar phenomenon. a melody that spread through a community after they dreamed it. Their solution dreamed the opposite, dreamed silence, dreamed the negation of the pattern. That night, I prepared. I set 3 alarms spaced 10 minutes apart. I placed a glass of ice water on my nightstand. I wrote a single word on a piece of paper and taped it to the ceiling above my bed where I'd see it upon waking. Silence. I fell asleep at 11 p.m., knowing I had to hold on to consciousness as long as possible. The dream came faster this time. I was already at the bottom of the staircase, standing before the empty membrane. The humming was a physical force now, vibrating through the stone floor into my bones. The faces in the membranes were contorted in pain, their notes no longer musical, but raw, bleeding sounds. The membrane before me pulsed with a rhythm that matched my own heartbeat. "Join us," the voice whispered. "Rest. Let another bear the weight." I focused on the word on my ceiling. Silence. I imagined it not as an absence, but as a presence, a substance, a wall. I built it in my mind, brick by brick, a fortress of absolute quiet. I wrapped myself in it. I became it. The humming faltered. For a single glorious second, the chamber fell silent. The membrane stilled. The faces within relaxed, their mouths closing, their bodies sinking gently into the amber fluid as if into sleep. Then the silence shattered, not from outside, from within me. A sound erupted from my own throat, a note, the first note of the melody, unbidden, uncontrollable, my body betraying my mind. The membrane before me convulsed, stretching toward me like a mouth. The other membranes shuddered back to life, their occupants screaming the melody with renewed fury. I woke with a gasp. 4:33 a.m. The street below was silent, empty, no crowd, no humming, just the ordinary sounds of a city night. Relief flooded me. I'd broken it. The connection was severed. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn came, I ventured outside cautiously. The neighborhood seemed normal. People walked their dogs. Cars passed. No one was humming. I walked to the corner store, my heart light for the first time in days. Jasmine was behind the counter. She looked up as I entered, and her eyes widened slightly, not with recognition, with fear. Are you the one?" she whispered. "The one what?" I asked, my blood running cold. She glanced toward the door, then back at me, her voice dropping even lower. "The humming stopped this morning, all of it, just stopped. People are confused, scared. They don't know why they were doing it. But Mrs. Gable, the landlord, she said the composer who lived in your apartment, he disappeared 10 years ago today, the same day the humming started in this neighborhood." Ice water flooded my veins. "What humming?" She stared at me as if I were insane. "The humming that's been going on for 10 years. Every single person within a half-mile radius, all humming the same 7 notes. Doctors couldn't explain it. Scientists studied it. It just was. And this morning it stopped right after 4:33 a.m. I left the store without buying anything. My hands trembled as I walked back to my building. 10 years. The humming had been going on for 10 years, not days, years, and it had stopped when I tried to break the connection. I found Mr. Gable in the basement laundry room, feeding quarters into a washing machine. He looked up as I approached, his face pale. "You did it," he said softly. "You stopped it." "What was it?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What did I stop?" He sighed, leaning against the humming machine. His name was Alistair Finch. lived in your apartment for 20 years, a composer, brilliant, obsessed with finding the fundamental frequency of consciousness, the note that, if played correctly, could harmonize with the human mind and sustain it beyond death. Mr. Gable's eyes grew distant. He believed we were all just vibrations, that death was merely a change in frequency. He spent his life searching for the melody that could keep a consciousness resonating after the body failed. And he found it, I whispered. He didn't just find it, he became it. One night, 10 years ago, he stopped sleeping, said he'd finally composed the perfect sequence, the 7 notes that could anchor a soul to the material plane. He played it on his piano all night. When his neighbor checked on him the next morning, he was gone. No body, just his piano, still warm. And the humming started that same day, not loud, just there, in the air, in people's throats, like it had always been there. Mr. Gable looked at me, his eyes filled with a sorrow that aged him decades and seconds. We thought it was a miracle at first. People reported feeling connected, peaceful. But after a few years, we noticed the toll. Those who hummed the longest began to fade, not physically, mentally, their memories, their personalities. They'd slip away, note by note. We realized Alistair wasn't just sustaining himself. He was feeding, using our consciousness as fuel to maintain his resonance. I felt the world tilt beneath me. And the dreams? The dreams were the anchor point, Mr. Gable said gently. The melody needed a conductor, a dreaming mind to hold the pattern, to give it structure. Every few years, someone in that apartment would start dreaming the notes. They'd become the new conductor. The previous one, well, they'd just stop humming one day, and we'd never see them again. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a faded photograph. A man in his 60s, with intense eyes and long fingers, Alistair Finch, the composer. I stared at the face, and a memory that wasn't mine surfaced in my mind. Sitting at a piano in my apartment, fingers moving across yellowed keys, composing a melody that felt both new and ancient. I hadn't moved into an apartment haunted by a composer's ghost. I had moved into the apartment of the composer himself. And this morning, when I'd tried to dream silence, I hadn't broken the connection. I had simply passed the baton. I walked back to my apartment in a daze. The silence felt heavier now, oppressive. I sat on my bed and closed my eyes, waiting for exhaustion to claim me, waiting for the dream. It came at 4:33 a.m., but this time I wasn't standing before the membranes. I was within one, suspended in amber warmth. My body felt distant, unimportant, and before me, standing where I had stood nights before, was a young woman with paint-stained hands and tired eyes. Elena from the apartment below. She looked terrified, her hands pressed against the membrane that now held me. "You have been chosen," the voice whispered, not to her, but through me. My lips moved without my command, shaping the words that would bind her. You dream the score. They sing it into the world. I tried to scream a warning, to tell her to run, to dream silence, but my vocal cords produced only the first note of the melody, pure, perfect, irresistible. And as Elena's eyes widened in dawning horror, I understood the final terrible truth of the cycle. The conductor never escapes. They simply become the audience. And the most horrifying part wasn't being consumed by the melody. It was realizing, as your consciousness begins to fade into the chorus, that you're grateful for the music, that the silence waiting beyond the final note is so absolute, so vast, that even eternal servitude to a 7-note sequence feels like mercy by comparison. And as Elena's trembling hands began to trace the shape of the first note in the air, her mind already composing the score she would dream tonight, I felt not fear, but a profound, devastating relief. The melody continued. It always continues. And somewhere, in another apartment, in another city, another dreamer is just now waking at 4:33 a.m. A strange tune echoing in their skull, wondering why the strangers on the street seem to be humming along. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The faces of people I know are slowly losing their features when I look away. It started with my barista. I'd been going to the same coffee shop every weekday morning for 3 years. Lena knew my order before I reached the counter: oat milk latte, extra shot, no sugar. She had a constellation of freckles across her nose, a small scar above her left eyebrow from a childhood fall, and a habit of tucking her dark hair behind her ear when she was concentrating. Familiar, reassuring, a fixed point in the chaos of my mornings. That Tuesday I looked away for just a second to check my phone as my card processed, and when I looked back, something was wrong. Her face was smooth, not expressionless exactly. Her mouth was still curved in its usual polite smile. Her eyes still met mine. But the details were gone. The freckles had vanished. The scar was absent. Even the subtle asymmetry of her features, the slight dip in her chin, the way her right eye sat a fraction higher than her left, had been erased. Her face was like a mannequin's, perfectly proportioned, utterly generic. Human-shaped, but not human. I blinked hard, convinced it was a trick of the light or sleep deprivation. "You okay?" Lena asked, her voice the same warm alto I knew, but her lips moved without the familiar tiny crease that usually formed at the corner of her mouth when she spoke. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Just tired." I took my coffee and left, my heart pounding inexplicably. I told myself it was nothing. Stress? Eye strain? The fluorescent lights in the shop were harsh that morning, but the unease clung to me like static. That evening, I met my best friend Mark for drinks. We'd known each other since college. 12 years of shared apartments, breakups, job losses, triumphs. I could map the geography of his face in my sleep. The crooked front tooth he'd never fixed, the faint lines around his eyes from years of squinting into computer screens, the way his left eyebrow arched slightly higher when he was skeptical. We were halfway through our second beer when he turned to flag down the waiter. As his head swiveled away, I watched his profile, and then, as he turned back toward me, I saw it happen. The moment his face came back into full view, it was subtly wrong. The crooked tooth was straight. The laugh lines were smoothed away. His eyebrows were perfectly symmetrical. His face hadn't changed shape. It was still recognizably Mark. But all the idiosyncrasies, all the tiny imperfections that made him him, had been sanded down to a bland, featureless neutrality, like a police sketch artist's approximation of a man, not the man himself. "Earth to you," Mark said, snapping his fingers. His voice was right. His mannerisms were right. But his face was a mask. I mumbled an excuse about a headache and left early. At home, I avoided mirrors. I ordered takeout and ate in the dark, watching mindless TV with the volume low. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lena's smooth, empty face, Mark's unnervingly perfect symmetry. The next day, I tested it. At work, I focused on my colleague Sarah during our team meeting. I memorized the mole on her cheek, the slight gap between her front teeth, the way her nose wrinkled when she disagreed with something. Then, during a lull in the conversation, I deliberately looked down at my notebook for 5 full seconds. When I looked back up, the mole was gone. The gap had closed. Her nose was straight and unremarkable. She caught me staring and frowned, a frown that now lacked the familiar deep crease between her brows. Panic, cold and sharp, began to coil in my gut. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't fatigue. Something was happening, something that only occurred in the blind spot between my glances. I started avoiding eye contact. I kept my gaze fixed on foreheads, on chins, on the space just over people's shoulders. It was exhausting, antisocial, but it worked. As long as I didn't look directly at someone's face, I didn't have to witness the erasure. But the isolation was its own kind of horror. Conversations became stilted. My boss pulled me aside, concerned about my distracted behavior. My mother, calling from out of state, asked if I was depressed because I sounded distant. The breaking point came with my therapist, Dr. Chen. I'd been seeing her for anxiety for 2 years. Her office was a sanctuary of calm, soft lighting, muted colors, the faint scent of lavender. I trusted her. More than that, I knew her. The small silver stud in her left ear, the way her glasses slid down her nose when she leaned forward, the faint network of lines around her eyes that deepened when she smiled with genuine warmth. During our session, I finally broke down and told her everything. The barista, Mark, Sarah, the terrifying smoothness replacing familiar features. I described it in detail, my voice shaken. I needed her to tell me it was a neurological issue, a visual processing disorder, anything but what I feared it might be. Dr. Chen listened intently, her expression compassionate. She adjusted her glasses, the familiar gesture grounding me. "That sounds incredibly distressing," she said softly. "Let's explore this together. First, can you describe what you see when you look at me right now?" I focused on her face, committing every detail to memory. The stud in her ear, the slight smudge on her left lens, the tiny scar near her hairline from a childhood surgery. "Your glasses are smudged on the left," I said, my voice steadier now. "You have a silver earring, and there's a small scar above your right temple." She nodded, a gentle smile touching her lips, the one with the characteristic crinkles at the corners. "Good. Now, I want you to close your eyes for 10 seconds. Just breathe, then open them and tell me what you see." I did, as she asked, 10 seconds of darkness. Then I opened my eyes. Dr. Chen's face was blank, not angry, not confused, just blank. The silver earring was gone. The smudge on her glasses had vanished. The scar was absent. Her skin was poreless, her features perfectly symmetrical, her expression neutral to the point of vacancy. She looked like a high-end department store dummy wearing a therapist's blazer, but her voice when she spoke was still Dr. Chen's, warm, concerned. "What do you see, Alex?" I couldn't speak. I just stared at the smooth, empty plain where her face should have been, tears welling in my eyes. The disconnect was nauseating, the familiar voice emanating from a stranger's mask. I don't know you," I whispered. Dr. Chen's expression didn't change, but her hand reached out slowly, palm up, in a gesture of reassurance. It's okay. I'm still here. The person you know is still here. Maybe the problem isn't with their faces. Maybe it's with how you're seeing them. Her words struck a chord of terrifying possibility. Was this not an external phenomenon, but an internal collapse? Was my mind, under some unbearable pressure, beginning to edit out the very details that anchored me to reality, that made people real? That night I stood before my bathroom mirror, determined to test the theory on myself. I studied my own reflection, the dark circles under my eyes from sleepless nights, the faint scar on my chin from shaving too hastily, the unruly cowlick that never lay flat. I memorized them. Then I closed my eyes tightly for 10 seconds. When I opened them, my reflection was smooth, featureless, a generic face with my hair, my build, but none of the small accumulated marks of my life. No scars, no shadows, no history written in skin and bone. I recoiled from the mirror, my breath coming in short gasps. If even my own face was being erased, what did that mean? Was I losing myself along with everyone else? The next few days were a blur of terror and isolation. I stopped leaving my apartment. I communicated with my landlord via text. I ordered groceries online. The world outside my window felt like a stage populated by mannequins, their faces smooth and interchangeable, their voices hollow echoes of people I used to know. But the silence in my apartment became its own kind of torture. The absence of human connection, even flawed and eroding, was worse than the horror of the erasure. On the 5th day of self-imposed exile, I cracked. I needed to see a real face. One last time. I chose my neighbor, Mrs. Gable. She was 82, lived alone, and had a face like a road map of a long, hard life. Deep wrinkles, age spots, a nose bent from an old break, eyes that held decades of sorrow and kindness. She'd lost her husband 50 years ago and never remarried. Her face was a testament to endurance. I knocked on her door, my heart in my throat. When she opened it, I forced myself to look directly at her, to drink in every detail before I inevitably looked away. "There you are, dear," she said, her voice raspy but warm. "Haven't seen you in days. You all right?" I nodded, unable to speak. I memorized the liver spot on her left cheek, the way her upper lip was thinner than her lower, the cloudiness in her left eye from cataracts. Real, human, beautifully imperfect. I needed to see you, I managed. She patted my arm, her knuckles swollen with arthritis. "Come in for a cup of tea. You look peaky." I stepped inside, my eyes fixed on her face. We sat at her small kitchen table. She bustled about, filling the kettle, getting out her good china. I watched her every move, terrified to blink, terrified to look away even for an instant. As she turned to fetch the teapot from the cupboard, I had no choice. My eyes flickered down to the pattern on her floral tablecloth. A brief, involuntary glance. When I looked back up, she was placing the teapot on the table, and her face, it was gone. Not smoothed, not generic, gone. Where her features should have been was a flat, flesh-colored oval, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth, uninterrupted skin stretched over bone. A void wearing a floral housecoat. I screamed. Mrs. Gable, what was left of her, turned toward the sound. The smooth oval tilted slightly as if listening. One hand reached out, trembling toward my face. The gesture was unmistakably hers. Concerned. Maternal. But the face that should have been expressing that concern was simply absent. I stumbled backward, knocking over my chair, and fled her apartment. I didn't stop running until I was back in my own, the deadbolt thrown, the chain lock engaged, my body shaking violently against the door. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't left my apartment since. I survive on delivery apps, leaving cash in a sanitized box outside my door. I communicate with my employer via email, claiming a severe flu. My therapist leaves voicemails I don't answer. The erasure is accelerating. It's not just when I look away anymore. Sometimes if I stare too long at a photograph of a loved one, their features begin to blur at the edges, softening into that terrible neutrality. My own reflection in the dark window at night is becoming harder to distinguish from the shadows behind it. I've begun to understand the true nature of the horror. It's not that their faces are disappearing. It's that my capacity to see them is failing. The neural pathways that connect visual input to emotional recognition, to memory, to love, they're degrading. Like film exposed to light, the details are fading. And with them, the people themselves are fading from my world. The most terrifying realization came last night. I was looking at a photo of my mother on my phone, a picture from my graduation. I know her face better than any other, but as I stared, I realized I couldn't remember the exact shade of her eyes. Were they hazel or green? I couldn't recall the sound of her laugh, the specific way she said my name. The details were slipping through my fingers like sand, and with them, the essence of who she was to me. The faces aren't losing their features. I am losing them. And once the last detail fades, the final freckle, the last scar, the last asymmetry, what will be left? Will the people still exist, walking through the world with their rich, complex lives, while I wander through a landscape of blanks, a ghost haunting a world I can no longer truly see? Or will they cease to exist for me entirely, erased not from reality, but from my ability to perceive them as real? I sit here now writing this in the dim glow of my laptop, listening to the muffled sounds of the city outside, a world full of people whose faces I will never truly see again. I wonder if this is how dementia begins, not with forgetting names, but with forgetting faces, not with losing memories, but with losing the very canvas upon which those memories are painted. The silence in my apartment is absolute, and in that silence I hear the soft, relentless sound of my own mind sanding away the world, one beloved feature at a time, until all that remains is the smooth, terrible blankness of a face I can no longer recognize, not theirs, and soon not even my own. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. My reflection just mouthed a word I have never heard before. I should have known something was wrong the moment Mrs. Gable handed me the key. Her fingers were dry and papery, trembling slightly as she pressed the tarnished brass into my palm. The key itself was unusually long, almost like something from a century ago, with intricate notches that felt alien against my skin. She wouldn't meet my eyes, instead staring at a point somewhere over my shoulder as she explained the rent. $300 a month for an entire floor of a Victorian house on the edge of town. Utilities included, no lease required, just cash, first and last month up front. "It's been empty for years," she'd said, her voice thin as cigarette smoke. "The previous tenant, well, he left in a hurry. You'll have the whole third floor to yourself. 3 rooms, a bathroom with the original fixtures. The mirrors are all intact, which is rare for a place this old." She'd paused then, her lips pressing into a bloodless line. "Just don't spend too much time looking at yourself in them. Old glass plays tricks on the eyes." I'd laughed it off. Desperation makes you dismiss superstition. My savings had evaporated after the layoff, and the prospect of homelessness loomed large and sharp-toothed. $300 was impossible to refuse, even for a place with a landlady who spoke in warnings and wouldn't look me in the face. I signed nothing, handed over $600 in crumpled bills, and watched her retreat down the overgrown path to her own small house next door without a backward glance. The house itself stood at the end of Hemlock Street, a cul-de-sac that dead-ended into a thicket of pine trees. It was a 3-story Victorian with peeling paint the color of dried blood, gingerbread trim sagging like rotten teeth, and windows that seemed to watch you as you approached. The front porch groaned under my weight, each step a protest. The key turned with a gritty resistance, and the door swung inward with a sigh that carried the scent of dust, old wood, and something else. Something faintly sweet, like forgotten flowers pressed between the pages of a book. The interior was better than I'd feared, not renovated certainly, but preserved in a kind of dusty amber. Faded floral wallpaper curled at the edges in the hallway. The staircase to the 3rd floor was steep and narrow, the banisters smooth from decades of hands. My floor consisted of a small sitting room with a fireplace, a bedroom large enough for my bed and a dresser, and a bathroom that made me pause. The bathroom was a time capsule. Black and white hexagonal tiles, a clawfoot tub with tarnished brass feet, and a sink with separate hot and cold taps. But it was the mirror that dominated the space, a massive, floor-to-ceiling oval framed in dark, carved wood, depicting twisting vines and strange, unblinking eyes hidden within the foliage. The glass itself wasn't perfectly clear. It had a slight waviness to it, the imperfection of hand-blown glass from another era. When I looked into it, my reflection seemed just a fraction of a second behind my movements, as if swimming through thick water. I told myself it was fatigue, the stress of moving, of uncertainty, of sleeping in a strange place. I unpacked my few belongings, made the bed with clean sheets that felt absurdly bright against the gloom of the room, and tried to settle in. Night fell early beneath the canopy of pines, and by 8 o'clock the house was steeped in shadows that the single bare bulb in my sitting room couldn't quite penetrate. I heard things. The settling groan of old timber, the whisper of wind through cracks in the window frames, the skittering of something small in the walls, normal sounds for an old house. I repeated this to myself like a mantra. The first incident happened on the 3rd night. I'd been washing my face before bed, the cold water a shock against my skin. As I straightened up, water dripping from my chin, I caught my reflection in the large mirror, and it didn't move with me. For 3 heartbeats, long enough for my breath to catch in my throat, my reflection remained bent forward, hand still at the sink, while I stood upright. Then, with a subtle shimmer in the glass, it snapped into alignment, water droplets suddenly appearing on its chin as if by magic. Froze, my blood turning to ice water. I waved my hand slowly in front of the mirror. The reflection waved back, perfectly synchronized. I leaned left, it leaned left. I blinked, it blinked. Stress. I whispered aloud, my voice swallowed by the thick silence of the house. "You're overtired." But that night, I slept with the bathroom door closed for the first time. The occurrences grew more frequent, more subtle. I'd catch my reflection turning its head a moment before I did, or its expression would linger in a smile after my own face had gone neutral. Once, while brushing my teeth, I saw my reflection's eyes flick toward the doorway behind me, a quick, nervous glance that I hadn't made. I spun around, toothbrush still in my mouth, but the doorway was empty, just the dark rectangle leading to my bedroom. I started avoiding the mirror. I'd wash in the dark, or use the small hand mirror I kept in my top kit, its reflection too confined, too ordinary to play tricks. But the large mirror called to me. I'd find myself standing before it without remembering walking into the bathroom drawn by a compulsion I couldn't name. And each time, the disconnect grew more pronounced. On the 7th night, I saw it mouth a word. I'd been staring into the glass, lost in the hypnotic dance of my own distorted features in the wavy antique glass. My reflection stared back, but its eyes held a depth that wasn't there when I looked directly at my own face in the photograph. They seemed older, weary, and intelligent in a way that belonged to someone else entirely. Then its lips parted. Not mine. I wasn't speaking. My jaw was slack with fatigue, but my lips remained closed. But in the mirror, my reflection's mouth opened slightly, the lips forming a shape that was unmistakably a word, a single syllable. The mouth moved with deliberate precision. A downward curve of the lips, a subtle tension in the cheeks, the tongue pressing briefly against the back of the teeth. It was over in less than a second. The reflection's face smoothed back into a passive mimicry of my own stunned expression. I stumbled backward, my shoulder blades hitting the cold tile wall, my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. What word? I hadn't heard anything, just the faint hum of the old house. But I had seen the articulation clear as day, and I knew with a certainty that bypassed rational thought that it was a word I had never heard before, not because it was foreign or complex, but because it existed outside my entire framework of language. It was a sound that had no place in any human tongue I knew, yet my reflection's mouth had shaped it with practiced ease. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the sitting room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and sigh of the house. When dawn finally bled through the grimy windows, I made a decision. I would document this. If I was losing my mind, I would have proof. If something else was happening, well, I needed to understand what I was dealing with. I set up my phone on the edge of the sink, the camera focused on my face and the mirror behind me. I sat on the closed lid of the toilet directly in front of the glass and simply watched. Hour after hour, I drank water, ate a protein bar, tried to read, all while maintaining eye contact with my reflection. Nothing happened. My reflection mimicked me perfectly, bored, tired, increasingly frustrated. By late afternoon, I was ready to declare myself insane and delete the footage. I stood up to stretch, my back aching from hours of stillness. That's when it happened again. On the phone screen, playing in real time, I saw my reflection remain seated on the toilet lid even as I stood. It looked up at me, up at my standing body, with an expression of profound sadness. Then its lips moved. Not a single syllable this time, but 3 distinct movements, 3 words, or perhaps 1 word with 3 parts. The articulation was precise, alien, beautiful in its strangeness. My standing body froze, staring at the screen, at the reflection that was no longer reflecting. And then the reflection stood up too. But it didn't mirror my posture. It stood with a different carriage, shoulders slightly more squared, head tilted at an angle I never used. It raised its hand and pressed its palm against the inside of the mirror glass. I, standing in the real world, felt an impossible coldness bloom on my own palm, though I hadn't moved my hand at all. The reflection's eyes locked with mine through the screen of my phone, and in them I saw not my own fear, but a deep, ancient loneliness. The footage ended there. My phone battery, which had been at 80% when I sat down, was completely dead. When I tried to turn it on, nothing happened. The charger wouldn't revive it. The phone was a brick. That night, I dreamed of the word. Not the sound, I still hadn't heard it, but the shape of it in my mind. It unfolded like a complex geometric form made of sound, a structure that implied meanings I couldn't grasp but felt in my bones. It was a word that described a state of being that was neither alive nor dead, but something adjacent. A word for the space between reflections. A word for the moment when a mirror stops showing what is before it and begins showing what has always been inside it, waiting. I woke with a start, my skin clammy. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:33 a.m., and I knew with absolute certainty that I needed to hear it. This was the most dangerous thought I'd ever had, and I couldn't resist it. I got out of bed and walked to the bathroom as if pulled by a string attached to my sternum. The house was silent, the kind of silence that feels heavy, intentional. I didn't turn on the light. Moonlight filtered through the small window above the tub, casting the room in shades of blue and silver. The mirror was a darker patch in the darkness, a pool of concentrated shadow. I stood before it. My reflection was barely visible, a faint suggestion of a face in the gloom. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the cold glass. The reflection leaned closer too. Our noses almost touched the surface. Then it pulled back, just an inch. A deliberate movement that I did not make. In the darkness, the features of my reflection seemed to sharpen, to gain a definition that my own face lacked in the low light. Its eyes caught the faint moonlight and held it, gleaming with a light of their own. Its lips parted, and this time I heard it. It wasn't a sound that traveled through the air. To my ears, it bypassed my eardrums entirely, resonating directly inside my skull, a vibration in the marrow of my bones. The word, it was one word, though it contained multitudes, unfolded in my mind. It had texture, it had color, it tasted of cold stone and distant stars. It carried within it the concept of thresholds, of boundaries that were not meant to be crossed but could be, with the right key. And the key was this word. As the resonance faded, the world shifted, not dramatically, no earthquakes or flashes of light, but the quality of the darkness changed. The shadows in the corners of the bathroom deepened, gaining dimension, becoming spaces rather than absences of light. The air grew colder, carrying that faint, sweet scent of forgotten flowers more strongly now. And when I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was still there, but so was something else. Behind my reflection, in the mirror world, the bathroom continued. But it was different. The tiles were cleaner, the grout white instead of yellowed. A porcelain cup sat on the edge of the sink in the reflection, though my sink was bare. And beyond the doorway of the reflected bathroom, I saw a sliver of a hallway that didn't match the layout of my own floor. In that hallway, something moved, a shadow passing quickly, too tall to be human. I tried to step back, to break the connection, but my feet were rooted to the floor. My reflection smiled, a gentle, sorrowful smile that I had never worn in my life. It raised its hand again and pressed against the glass. This time I felt not coldness, but a yielding. The mirror surface, which should have been hard and unyielding, gave slightly under my palm, like thick oil or cold gelatin. The reflection's smile widened. It began to mouth the word again, slower this time, teaching me, showing me the shape of it. And as it did, I felt my own lips begin to move, forming the impossible articulation without my conscious command. My jaw ached with the unfamiliar positioning. My tongue curled in ways it had never curled before. A sound began to form in my throat, not my voice, but something borrowing my vocal cords. From somewhere deep in the house, below me, I heard Mrs. Gable scream. It was a short, sharp sound that cut off abruptly. The reflection's eyes widened in alarm. It shook its head violently, its hands pressing flat against the glass now, as if trying to hold something back. The yielding surface of the mirror grew more pronounced. I could feel a pull now, a suction drawing me forward. The sweet floral scent intensified, becoming cloying, overwhelming. Behind my reflection, the tall shadow reappeared in the hallway of the mirror world, moving closer, its elongated limbs unfolding with unnatural grace. I fought. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest as I wrenched myself backward, stumbling away from the mirror. The connection broke with a sound like tearing silk. I fell against the bathtub, gasping, my lips still tingling with the ghost shape of that impossible word. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the sitting room with every light on, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand. When dawn came, I walked straight to Mrs. Gable's house next door. I pounded on her door until her son answered, his face drawn and pale. "She's gone," he said, his voice hollow. "She disappeared last night, around 3:30. We've called the police." He looked past me toward the Victorian house. "She left a note, just one sentence. It learned the word." I moved out that afternoon. I didn't pack carefully. I threw clothes into a duffel bag, grabbed my laptop, and fled, leaving behind furniture, dishes, half my belongings. I didn't look back at the house as I drove away. I checked into a modern hotel with no mirrors in the bedroom, only a small one behind the bathroom door that I covered with a towel. For 3 days I was safe. I slept fitfully, but I slept. I told myself it was over. I had escaped. Yeah, on the 4th night, I woke thirsty. I padded to the bathroom in the dark, forgetting about the covered mirror. As I reached for the towel to uncover it, old habits die hard. I hesitated. My hand trembled inches from the fabric. And in that moment of hesitation, I saw it. Beneath the towel, the mirror was glowing with a soft, internal light, and pressed against the inside of the glass, visible through the thin white fabric, was a hand. My hand, but the fingers were too long, the nails were slightly pointed, and it was pressing outward as if trying to push through. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just stood there, frozen, as the hand slowly uncurled its fingers and began to trace a shape on the other side of the glass. A shape that my own mouth, without my permission, began to echo in the darkness of the hotel room. The first syllable formed on my lips, silent but inevitable. The word was not done with me. It had only just begun. And as my lips shaped the second impossible syllable, I understood the final, terrible truth. The reflection was never the monster. The reflection was the prison, and I had just handed it the key. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. I woke up knowing how to play piano, though I have never touched keys in my life. It began with a melody in my skull. I woke at 4:17 a.m. to the sound of rain against my apartment window, but beneath that familiar rhythm was something else. A cascade of notes unfolding behind my eyelids, complex and precise. Not a song I recognized, but one I somehow knew. My fingers twitched against the sheets, tracing phantom keys in the darkness. When I opened my eyes, the melody didn't fade. It remained fully formed in my mind, waiting. I sat up, heart thudding for no reason I could name. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed 4:18. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, and my feet found the floor with an odd certainty, as if guided. I walked through my small studio apartment in the dark, past the kitchenette, past the futon I used as a couch, to the far wall where a sheet-draped object stood in a corner. I hadn't played piano since childhood lessons I'd abandoned after 6 months at age 8. I'd sold my cheap upright years ago when I moved to the city. This was something else. A keyboard my roommate Mark had left behind when he moved out 3 months ago. A dusty second-hand Casio with chipped keys and a frayed power cord I'd never bothered to plug in. I'd been meaning to donate it. It had become furniture. I pulled the sheet away. Moonlight from the window caught the yellowed keys. Without thinking, I sat on the floor before it, my legs folding beneath me. My hands hovered over the keys. They knew where to go before my mind did. My right index finger pressed middle C. The note was dead, without power, just a soft thud of plastic meeting felt. But in my head, the note rang out pure and resonant. I pressed another key, and another. My fingers began to move, not randomly, but with intention. A scale, then an arpeggio, then something more complex. A left-hand accompaniment of rolling triplets, while the right hand wove a melancholic melody I had never heard yet, recognized with a bone-deep familiarity. My body was playing air piano to a symphony only I could hear, and every muscle in my arms, every tendon in my wrists, moved with a fluency that belonged to someone else. I scrambled backward, my spine hitting the wall. What the hell was happening? Sleep paralysis? A hypnopompic hallucination? I pinched the skin on my forearm until tears sprang to my eyes. I was awake, utterly, terrifyingly awake, and my hands remembered something my mind did not. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on my futon with the lights on, staring at my hands as if they might betray me again. They looked the same, slightly calloused from my job as a bike courier, a small scar across the knuckle of my right index finger from a childhood fall, but they felt alien, occupied. Morning brought no relief, only a deepening dread. I called in sick to work, something I never did, and spent the day researching. Sudden musical ability after sleep. Acquired. Savant syndrome. Foreign accent syndrome. I found case studies of people who developed artistic talents after head trauma, after strokes, after lightning strikes. But I'd had no injury, no seizure, no near-death experience, just an ordinary Tuesday night that ended with me watching a documentary about deep-sea creatures before falling asleep at 11:30 p.m. That evening, unable to resist the pull any longer, I plugged in the keyboard. The power light glowed red. I sat on the floor again, my breath shallow. I placed my fingers on the keys. The moment my skin made contact, something shifted inside my skull. Not a thought, but a presence, like a second consciousness sliding into the driver's seat of my motor functions. My fingers began to move. The music that poured out of the cheap speakers was not amateurish. It was not the hesitant fumbling of a beginner. It was technically flawless. Fluid scales, precise dynamics, nuanced phrasing that suggested decades of practice. The piece itself was unfamiliar, haunting. A minor key composition with a left-hand pattern that evoked rainfall on a rooftop, while the right hand carried a melody that felt like grief given sound. I played for 23 minutes without a single mistake, my hands moving faster than my conscious mind could process, my body swaying slightly with the rhythm as if this were as natural as breathing. When the final chord faded, my hands fell limp into my lap. I was drenched in sweat. My lower back ached from holding the same position for so long, and I was crying. Great, heaving sobs I couldn't control, not from joy, from violation. Something had used my body as its instrument, and I had been merely a passenger. I recorded the next session on my phone. The following night, at exactly 4:17 a.m., I woke with the same jolt. This time, I was ready. I pressed record before sitting at the keyboard. The piece that emerged was different, more aggressive, dissonant in places, with jarring time, signature changes that should have been impossible for untrained hands to execute. When I played it back afterward, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Beneath the piano, almost inaudible, was another sound, a whisper, not words exactly, more like breath shaped into phonemes, and it was coming from my own mouth. I had been vocalizing without knowing it. I spent the next week in a state of heightened surveillance of my own body. I kept a journal, documenting every detail. The 4:17 a.m. wake-ups were consistent. The compulsion to play was strongest between 4:20 and 5 a.m., though it would sometimes surface during the day. A sudden urge to flex my fingers in a particular sequence, to hum a fragment of melody I had never heard. I avoided music entirely. I turned off the radio in my apartment. I wore noise-canceling headphones on my bike routes. I was afraid of what might trigger the thing inside me. The breakthrough came on the 8th night. I was being played when my right hand suddenly diverged from the melody. While the left hand continued the established pattern, the right began tapping out a rhythm on the higher keys. Not musical, deliberate. 3 quick taps, a pause, 2 taps, a longer pause, 4 quick taps. Then it repeated. Morse code. I froze. The left hand kept playing the accompaniment, but my conscious mind seized control of my right hand and forced it to stillness. The music faltered, then stopped entirely. Silence crashed down on the apartment. I sat there trembling for 10 minutes before I could move. I looked up Morse code the next day. 3 taps, 2 taps, 4 taps, CBD initials. That night, I didn't wait for 4:17. At 4 a.m., I sat before the keyboard, my phone recording, my journal open beside me. When the compulsion hit at 4:17 exactly, I didn't fight it. I let my hands move, but this time, between phrases, I forced my right index finger to tap out a question on middle C, W-H-O. The music stopped. For 3 full seconds, my hands lay motionless on the keys. Then they began again, not playing a melody, but tapping. Slow, deliberate. C-H-A-R-L-E-S. My breath caught. Charles. I didn't know anyone named Charles. I typed the name into my phone with shaking fingers. Charles who? Charles what? The next night, I tapped out another question between phrases W-H-E-R-E. The response came in a flurry of taps that my hands executed without my consent. B-E-L-O-W. Below? Below what? Below this apartment? I lived on the 4th floor of a 6-story building. There were 2 floors beneath me. I spent the next day researching the building's history. Built in 1923. Renovated in the 1970s. No record of anyone named Charles dying here. No famous residents. Nothing. But I did find something else. A newspaper archive from 1947 mentioned a fire in the building next door. A boarding house that had since been demolished. One fatality. Charles B. Drayton, a piano teacher who'd lived on the 3rd floor. The article noted he'd been given a late-night lesson when the fire started. His student, a young woman, escaped. Drayton did not. He'd gone back inside, the article said, to save his sheet music. Charles B. Drayton. CBD. That night, I didn't ask where. I asked why. My hands, moving of their own accord, tapped out a single word before launching into the most beautiful, heartbreaking piece yet. F-O-R-G-O-T. I played for 40 minutes straight that night. When I finished, my hands were cramped. My shoulders knotted with tension, but my mind was clear for the first time in days. I understood now. This wasn't possession. It wasn't a ghost using my body as a puppet. It was something far more intimate, far more violating. Charles Drayton hadn't died in that fire, not completely. Some fragment of him, a pattern of neural energy, a consciousness imprint, a soul, if you believed in such things, had imprinted itself on the building itself. And somehow, through some confluence of architecture, memory, and my own neurology, it had found a conduit. Me. But why me? Why now? The answer came 3 nights later when I woke not at 4:17, but at 3:58 a.m., an hour early. My body was already moving toward the keyboard before I was fully conscious. I sat down and my hands began to play a new piece. Faster, more frantic than any before, and as I played, images began to form behind my eyes, not memories, impressions, the smell of smoke, the crackle of flames, the weight of a leather-bound folio clutched to a chest, and a face, not my face, but an older man's face, gaunt, sweating, eyes wide with panic and determination. Charles Drayton's face, his final moments. But then the vision shifted. I saw not the fire, but what came after, not darkness, not nothingness. A slow fading, like a radio losing signal, a consciousness dissolving, but not entirely, a single thought, repeated as the static closed in. Don't let it be forgotten. Don't let the music be forgotten. And then I saw something else, something that wasn't in any newspaper archive. After the fire was extinguished, after Drayton's body was removed, a young firefighter had entered the charred shell of the boarding house. He'd found Drayton's piano, miraculously intact, though blackened, and pried loose a single sheet of music fused to the keyboard by heat. He'd folded it carefully and placed it in his pocket. He'd taken it home. He'd lived in this very building on the second floor, and when he died decades later, his grandson had inherited his apartment, and that grandson had sublet to me 6 months ago when he went traveling abroad. The music wasn't haunting the building, it was haunting the sheet music. And the sheet music was in a drawer in the apartment below mine. The current tenant, a quiet woman named Elena I sometimes saw in the lobby, had inherited her grandfather's belongings. She'd mentioned once in passing that she kept his old things in a desk drawer. Sentimental junk, she'd called it. I stopped playing after that. For 3 nights, I fought the compulsion. I tied my hands together with a soft scarf before bed. I slept with my arms pinned beneath my body. I woke each night at 4:17, drenched in sweat, my muscles trembling with the effort of restraint, the melodies screaming silently in my skull. On the 4th night, I broke. The need to play was a physical pain, a pressure behind my eyes, a cramp in my fingers that no amount of stretching could relieve. At 4:23 a.m., I untied my hands and played for an hour straight. The relief was immediate and profound, a release of pressure that felt like survival. I was becoming dependent on it. This was a true horror, not the violation of my body, but a seduction of it. The music was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced. And with each session, the boundary between Charles and me grew thinner. I began catching myself thinking in musical terms. During the day, seeing the rhythm in rainfall, hearing chord progressions in the hum of the refrigerator, I started dreaming in sheet music, and I noticed other changes. My posture had straightened without my noticing. I caught myself forming my hands in a particular curve even when not near a keyboard, the curve of a pianist's hands. My handwriting had changed subtly, the loops in my L's and Y's becoming more ornate, more flourished. Charles wasn't just using my hands. He was rewriting me. I had to end it, not for my sanity, though that was fraying, but for my selfhood. I was disappearing note by note. I waited until Saturday morning when I knew Elena would be home. I knocked on her door at 10 a.m., my heart hammering. She answered wearing paint-splattered overalls, her hands stained with cerulean blue. "Hey," she said, smiling. "Everything okay?" "I need to ask you something strange," I said. "Your grandfather, the firefighter, did he ever mention a piano teacher named Charles Drayton?" Her smile faltered. She studied my face for a long moment. "How do you know that name?" I had a dream about a fire, about sheet music." Elena's expression shifted from confusion to something like recognition. "Come in," she said softly. Her apartment was a mirror of mine, same layout, same windows, but transformed by her presence. Canvases leaned against every wall, the air thick with the scent of turpentine and coffee. She led me to a small desk in the corner and opened the center drawer. Inside, nestled beside pens and receipts, was a leather folio, its surface scarred with what looked like heat damage. "My grandfather couldn't save him," she said, her voice quiet. "But he saved this. He said it was the only thing that mattered to Drayton in the end. He carried it out while the roof was collapsing, broke 2 ribs doing it." She lifted the folio gently. "He played these pieces for me when I was little. Said the music deserved to be heard. But after he died, I couldn't bring myself to touch it. It felt heavy. She opened the folio. Inside were pages of handwritten sheet music. The ink faded to brown, the paper brittle at the edges. At the top of the first page, in elegant cursive, Nocturne for a Forgotten Room by Charles B. Drayton. I think it's why I became an artist, Elena said, tracing the staff lines with a paint-stained finger. This obsession with making things that outlast us, with leaving a mark that won't fade. I stared at the music, and a terrible understanding settled over me. Charles Drayton hadn't been trying to possess me. He'd been trying to complete himself. His consciousness had fragmented in the fire, and the music was the anchor, the pattern that held what remained of him together. But an anchor needs something to hold on to. And I, sleeping directly above the sheet music that contained his final compositions, had become that anchor. My neural pathways, my motor functions, my very biology had become the instrument through which his consciousness could temporarily reconstitute itself, not to haunt me, to remember itself. "He's not in the music," I whispered. "The music is him, and I've been giving him a body." Elena looked at me, her eyes wide. "You've been hearing him, haven't you?" I nodded, tears welling in my eyes. "Every night at 4:17, the exact time the fire reached his room." She closed the folio gently. "My grandfather used to wake up at that time, too. For years after the fire, he'd sit at his piano and play until dawn. He said it was the only way to quiet the screaming." We sat in silence for a long time. Then Elena did something extraordinary. She placed a folio in my hands. "Take it," she said. "Play it properly on a real piano, in a concert hall if you can. Let him be heard. Then let him go." That night, I didn't fight the compulsion. At 4:17 a.m., I sat before the keyboard with the folio open on the floor beside me. My hands began to move. But this time, I didn't resist. I opened myself completely. I let Charles Drayton flood my nervous system not as an invader, but as a guest. And together, we played. For the first time, the music wasn't being channeled through me. It was being co-created. My fingers executed the notes, but my consciousness shaped the phrasing, the dynamics, the emotional texture. I added a slight ritardando before the final movement that wasn't written on the page. Charles accepted it, welcomed it. In that moment, we weren't two separate beings fighting for control. We were a single instrument playing a duet across time. When the final note faded, something shifted inside me, not a departure, but a release. The pressure behind my eyes vanished. The constant hum of melody in my skull fell silent. I sat in a quiet apartment, tears streaming down my face, and knew it was over. I never played piano again. The knowledge didn't vanish entirely. It left behind a ghost of muscle memory, a faint echo in my hands. But the compulsion was gone. The 4:17 a.m. wake-ups ceased. I moved out of that apartment 3 months later when my lease ended. I didn't tell the new tenant about Charles Drayton. Some histories are too delicate to pass on. But sometimes, in quiet moments, I'll catch my fingers moving in a particular sequence, tapping a rhythm on a tabletop, tracing invisible keys on my thigh, and in those moments, I don't fight it. I let my hands remember what my mind has chosen to forget, because I understand now that the most terrifying hauntings aren't those that seek to harm us. They're the ones that seek only to be remembered, and the most profound horror isn't losing yourself to another consciousness. It's realizing in the silence after they've gone, how much of their beauty you miss, how much of their music has become your own, and how the line between possession and partnership is thinner than any of us would like to believe.